probably should.
He trails off.
Okay, hold on. There, we're live.
Some like random gnome in the background.
That'd be great.
Nathan, I have an amazing idea for session 98. We need to make every pixel have, or like we have to make the smallest legible 98 and color the image with 98s in those colors, so it's a 98 image. So if you zoom it in, you see 98s everywhere.
Oh
God,
that would take so long.
Oh, it would be
shortcuts
horrible
around it, but they don't look as good.
Everyone, we're late.
Nah, a wizard arrives precisely
when he means to.
Exactly.
Oh God, I gotta mute it.
I'm arriving.
We'll have better frames next session too. We kind of
it's
here.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Better frames.
I demand to be
small.
However, you are officially Gia as of this session instead of Betula.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, Nathan.
I'm like a real person.
You could kind of steal idea from that other D&D stream that we pulled up.
Yeah,
and just shift like me and G to the left, put character art and then character art.
Yeah, I wanted to work with.
Okay, there we go.
Nathan, I want to work with you, and we should do redesign of everything. Because one big issue.
Oh my God! Thank you for the resub.
Current one is that it's hard to read the R's chat roll, which I sometimes care about when rewatching.
That's fair.
We're again kind of small, but I also think that like our name stuff takes up a lot of real estate and doesn't need to.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I actually was talking with Nathan. We'll probably look into kind of splitting the current. I assume you're talking about the map scene in particular.
Yeah, the map scene really sucks.
Yeah,
it's really hard to see what's going on sometimes with that.
So
I have a different idea for the overall theme in general.
Yeah,
I just would need some time to
actually. There's after this session would be kind of the perfect time to look at that. So I'll hook up with you.
Yeah,
after
there might be a
about
bit of a gap because I can't.
Yeah, say it, Sky. Say it to our face.
It all looks like.
Let's go, Sky. That's what we aim to bring to y'all.
We bring you shit or nothing at all.
See, normally this would be, the pre-stream stuff that we're talking trash before Josh, actually
not this time.
But he just jumped into it.
Give me poop or give me nothing. All right.
Did I do it? Okay, I think we're good. Can I give you neither? No. Yeah. Actually, yes. Give Sky. Never mind. Nick got you. Okay.
Give Sky poop.
So, we're 20 minutes late, and we have a 24-minute recap, y'all.
Which means we will be starting on time.
Yeah, sure.
We're usually about 40 minutes late.
Right at 8.
So that you all know, most sitcoms are shorter than that. So, strap in, sit down, and get some popcorn or whatever you feel like, because we got a journey ahead.
Got popcorn.
Yeah, that's why she got popcorn.
I just realized. I had no idea what that was.
That wasn't a challenge for.
I think
Nathan.
we're out of popcorn.
Oh wait,
are you already doing it?
I already got a screenshot of it so that I can remember for later.
Ignore that.
It's one of the other files named.
Oh shit!
No, ignore that. It's not it. I had to set the video right. I was still on the old video. Okay, but on that note, I know, right? Let's watch it again.
What is happening?
That was an experience.
25-minute recap. Let's go.
Chaos. All right.
Let's get it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Chaos will now ensue. Does anybody have any questions? Man. I am so scatterbrained from having to prep for certain things. Does anybody have any questions before we begin?
Yeah, I asked you 2 in DMs, but I think you forgot about them.
I have a question, DM.
We'll see you guys on stream next week. What you got, brother?
Oh my God.
Are players allowed to redeem the create a D&D battle map point redemption?
I've thought about this. I kind of want to
what?
allow you to, yeah. I have 4 new redemptions on stream.
I did not know that.
Map creation?
I have.
I can create a D&D NPC.
You can create a D&D NPC.
Haven't you already created like 70?
Fair enough.
I feel like you owe him 280,000 points.
Oh,
I've redeemed like 6 of these.
I know. That's what I was kind of. We'll see how it happens with everybody saving up points.
You know what's funny? I've already given Josh some monster ideas as well. I'm like, here you go.
I want to make Josh a monster.
Nah,
A
yeah.
Monster.
Hey, here's the thing. If any of the players actually choose to redeem them, I'll allow it, but you won't be able to know when it's coming up.
Oh,
And
wow.
I'll
Oh,
change
yeah.
certain things about it if you
Copy
know
that.
vulnerabilities, perhaps. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to see. But we'll make it work. Anyways, if y'all have the stream open, let's
You
get
beat
this
me, Joel.
recap rolling because we are not on time. All right, y'all. We'll see
No,
you guys
we're
in just
well
under a
back.
literal half hour. Oh, good
Thank
lord.
you, Overgun.
Oh my gosh.
Peace.
I can't believe it's half an hour.
After getting a full night's rest, Zeus awoke the next morning and finalized a depiction and short description of the primary members of the Balrus family, and then he went to visit May for some string to tie the parchment into the shape of a scroll. Zeus spent some time in the study where he asked Gunther if he'd ever seen a dragon in his lifetime, to which Gunther had explained that from what he could remember while he was alive, dragons were nothing more than a legend in the land, leading Zeus to conclude that dragons have not been seen on Ador for much longer than he expected. Eventually, Gar returned to the Midway Manor with breakfast, and the party discussed their plans as they realized that they had a day to themselves. With nothing to do but wait for the day of the inventory, the party happily took Laren up on her suggestion that the group all go fishing at a nearby lake. Eleanor noticed the fishing poles near the front door and remembered that she loved fishing, only she couldn't remember anything about it. Gar suggested that Eleanor fish in the bathtub in his room, which Eleanor seemed surprisingly excited to try, thanks to the Midway Manor's conjuring abilities. The party returned to Sprocketon where they readied the carriage and departed for a nearby lake in the Freelands. Along the way, Zeus gave Gar the scrolled-up list of Balrus family members where he had depicted 3 members: Annie Balrus with long flowing hair and a youthful, cheery expression, Helen Balrus, Thalin and Annie's mother, with a bit more of a stoic but friendly expression, and Harvey Balrus, Helen's husband, with a strict expression. Zeus suggested that Gar mainly contact Annie and only contact Harvey as a last resort. After hearing that Gar was able to contact Annie once, Zeus asked if Gar could contact her again and at least tell her to tell Gobblestitch that Zeus was still alive. Gar tried, but due to not having yet met Annie in person, Gar was unable to get the spell to connect again. Gar attempted to stealthily drink some liquid courage from a flask, though the entire party noticed, and after still being unable to cause the sending spell to connect, Gar told Zeus that he would try again in the morning. Mavis asked Gar about his flask, and though Gar was defensive about it, claiming it was simply water, he handed it to Mavis, who could easily smell the alcohol within, but chose to not put his friend on the spot and told the rest of the group that Gar was telling the truth. Gar and Laren informed the group of some sleuthing that the two of them did to gain some information on Mavis's competition in the inventory. The duo was able to learn that Mavis's competition consisted of Brixif Mabelhabel, who was making some sort of rocket boots, Urimop Luckyguard, who was making a kind of auto-loading crossbow, and Grafon Lightdust, who was making something involving copper wires and rubber gloves. Laren said that she also remembered smelling burnt plastic, which Mavis surmised must result from electrical burns. Gar explained that they used an old list of materials from Mavis and posed as delivery people for the different inventors in order to get a small peek at what they were creating, and that he charmed a gnome overseer named Warrior to help them find the inventors, who they later took to the loose screw to get him drunk before he awoke, as they tried to explain themselves. All in all, it seemed as though Gar and Laren were barely able to dodge suspicion, and the spying mission was a success, though there were almost half a dozen gnomes that now believed that there was a get-together happening at an unspecified date sometime after the inventory in the loose screw. The party eventually arrived at the lake, and as they began setting up, Gar approached the only other individuals fishing at the lake, 2 gnomes, a father and son. Gar could easily tell that the son was bored of the activity, and Gar tried to encourage him that it gets better, saying that he too once only saw it as a tedious activity. The young gnome was clearly captivated by Gar's sheer stature and the gear he wore, and instead vowed that he would one day be like Gar. And though Gar tried to dissuade him, the boy had clearly made up his mind. May unhitched Fengay, and the two of them managed to find about a dozen worms to use as fresh bait, after May had learned of some tips and tricks from a book she'd borrowed that was titled The Art of Fishing. Gar tried to prep the group, and then, as everyone made their first cast, Mavis and Gar tangled their lines, causing Gar to launch Mavis's fishing pole as part of his cast. May accidentally snapped her line on a caught branch, and Laren and Zeus looked on with confusion as their reels lied in wait for passing fish, while Mavis gladly returned to sketching some new inventions. Gar finally had enough of whatever was plaguing his actions and began doffing his armor to prepare to walk into the lake and retrieve the pole. Zeus retrieved the pole using Mage Hand, but Gar finished removing his armor anyway and walked into the lake, taking a deep breath just before his head was completely submerged. As the sound of the outside world was drowned out by the lake's silence, Gar closed his eyes and thought back to how he first learned to fish from his father back in Praxen, who could stand so still in the water that you couldn't tell his heart was beating, and who lashed out with lightning reflexes as he would catch a passing fish. As Gar opened his eyes, he watched as rising bubbles coalesced into the vague image of his father, Bovrir. Perhaps it was a trick of the water, or perhaps it was Gar's subconscious trying to remind him of who he was, as Gar suddenly heard the voice of his father in a memory that he'd forgotten, as his words rang in Gar's mind. Courage is resistance to fear, mastery of fear, not absence of fear. It's okay to be afraid, but only then can courage truly shine. The bubbly visage of his father placed its hand on Gar's shoulder as he felt it smile at him, and a current swept it back into the lake. Though low on air, Gar lied in wait as a fish passed within his reach, and he lashed out, grabbing the fish with his clawed hand, and emerged from the water. Noticing the end of a line in the water with a piece of fish jerky attached to it, and Zeus on shore cheering that he caught Gar. Gar returned to shore, handed the fish to Laren, and plopped down in the sand. The rest of the group was able to tell that amidst the water still falling from his body, his eyes showed that there were tears, though not tears of sadness, tears of relief, of joy. Gar said that something about being in his natural element just reminded him of home. May let those words sink in and went over to Fenge, who promptly sneezed as she gently brushed his snout, and May mounted up as she and Fenge rode around the perimeter of the lake, weaving through the wilderness and connecting with the land. Meanwhile, Mavis and Gar utilized one of Mavis's exploding wind-up toys as a distraction, while Gar playfully threw Laren into the lake, who immediately began plotting her revenge with a smile on her face after swimming back to shore. Mavis asked Gar about the memories he mentioned, and Gar said that the way the Dragonborn fished was a way to connect with their primal selves, and it was the way that Gar relaxed. Mavis tried to understand, and Gar related it to Mavis's tinkering, where he feels most relaxed. Gar said that all the combat, the sneaking around, it wasn't what gave him peace, and Mavis asked why he hasn't gone fishing more since that helps him relax, to which Gar simply replied that he'd been asking himself the same question. Why hasn't he gone home? The one thing he knew he had to do was save Nephair, which required Gar to go to Port Dalen. Mavis asked who Nephair was to Gar, and Gar said she was a thorn in his side, a spark in his life, and a bit of a romantic interest. Mavis said that he didn't know how to console Gar, and asked Gar how he was able to console people. And Gar said that he tried to find common ground, which Mavis found difficult given his niche skill set. Gar said that Mavis was marvelous, and though Mavis tried to insist that his creations are the marvelous thing, Gar said that something marvelous could not be created by something that is not marvelous itself. Gar told Mavis to fish in whatever way makes it enjoyable for him, and Mavis wasted no time activating his barrel battle bot, as suddenly chaos ensued, as Laren used the distraction to run up from behind and shove Gar into the lake, successfully getting her revenge with a giant smile on her face, while Mavis grappled Zeus using the bot's grapple hook and shoved him into the lake as well, then attempted to grab Laren, who was too quick for his reach, as May rode by between the two of them, attempting to cause Laren to stumble into the lake, though Laren managed to maintain her composure, and finally May began balancing on Fenge, preparing to dive into the water, but she slipped at the last second and tumbled into the water with a giant splash. Gar quickly got his own revenge on Laren's revenge by summoning a watery visage of a female dragonborn with a scar over one eye that shoved Laren back into the lake. As Gar wore a smile on his face from his victory, he noticed May attempting to sneak around him nearby, realizing too late that she was actually distracting him from Zeus sneaking behind him and freezing his legs together, causing Gar to slowly sink back into the water. Mavis's battlebot began robotically dancing on land, celebrating his own victory as the last one standing, as finally Mavis ejected himself from the bot just before it shrank back into a barrel and splashed into the water with the rest of his group. As the party each caught their breath from the shenanigans, Gar looked to Mavis and simply said that this was also an answer to his question. This was a reason not to go home yet. Gar, Mavis, and Laren returned to the shore as a gentle summer rain began falling from overhead, and Gar thanked Laren for suggesting the fishing trip, saying that they need to take time more often for these things as a group, that if they can't make memories like these while on their adventures, then what was the point? Which Laren agreed with. Laren went over to Mavis, who was lying on the ground with a mixture of happiness and reliving distant memories, and tapping his fingers on the ground in a rhythmic manner, almost like playing a piano. Laren asked if it had been a while since Mavis had some fun, and he said he has fun all the time, though he remarked that it's the friends he's able to share in that fun with that truly matter. Laren said that she supposed they were all more like family now, and Mavis said that family you're stuck with, but you choose your friends, and he's happy with the ones he's chosen. Laren asked about Mavis's family, and Mavis said his parents were still alive back in Sunset Valley, and though they were his family, they weren't his friends. Laren also asked if Mavis played piano, and Mavis reluctantly said that his mother taught him, but also more like forced him. Mavis described the piano as a puzzle, saying that if tuned correctly, it will always strike the same note, and the notes are like a song waiting to be put together. May and Zeos spent some time meditating underwater, and amidst the rain pattering on the surface of the lake and the levels of sensory deprivation while underwater, May retracted into her mind and found herself in a sea of darkness, similar to one she's felt before, but definitely not the same. Something was familiar about this place, and instead of kneeling in a quarter-inch of water, she was kneeling in some strange liquid that she couldn't identify. And in the distance, she could barely hear a muffled female voice shouting out, "No! Get away! Don't touch me!" And then May returned to the lake as she ran low on air, and the two of them surfaced. The party resumed fishing for the next couple hours before packing up the carriage and returning to Sprocketon. The group could feel their spirits lifted as laughter and reminiscing ensued on the journey back, until eventually the party arrived back at the Bolt in Sprocketon. Gar told Mavis that he was going to help May with something with the use of a ceremony spell, and Gar proposed that Mavis could get some answers to some of his own questions if he allowed Gar to dedicate him to Melora for a day with the same spell, and have her guide his hand. Mavis declined, saying that her power of the sea didn't align with his own interests. Gar and May ventured out of Sprocketon to the edge of the Freelands, where they prepared an altar with different offerings on it. May emerged from the tree line wearing a flowing light blue Hanfu dress with a veil covering her face and a red ribbon and red beaded hairpin in her hair. The ceremony began with a dance from May that had uplifting moments of celebrating life and somber moments of honoring the dead. After the dance, May and Gar washed their hands in holy water and then shared a meal from a fish that was caught earlier, and then drank from the same cup of wine, with Gar acting as a stand-in for the gods during the ceremony. May recited several sentences in Celestial and slowly placed an additional item onto the altar, first her red ribbon, then the red beaded hairpin, and then a moon lily hairpin, causing her hair to fall into its natural shape and length. Finally, May removed the veil covering her face and placed it on the altar as well, speaking one final sentence in Celestial, then bowing to Gar and gesturing for him to do the same, thus concluding the ceremony. Gar could tell from the spell that nothing had changed for May, and she insisted that it is things like this that keep it that way. May thanked Gar for his help, and Gar said that he always seems to do his most cleric-y things whenever he's with May. Gar shared what he tried to offer to Mavis regarding the ceremony spell, and Gar asked if perhaps May could convince him to try with a different deity. May asked about the deities of Sunset Valley, and when Gar described Sehanine as goddess of moonlight, May said that she was similar to another deity that May actually follows, saying that she has vows to two different deities. May explained that after the incident with her father, she moved to Trigate, where she was left on the steps of an orphanage where they worshipped Ilmater, and that Ilmater was not the first god she worshipped. May said that she could relate to the feeling of being forced to worship a god that one does not believe in, and that if there was perhaps a deity related to tinkering, Mavis could be convinced, though neither of them knew of any tinkering gods. With that, the two returned to Sprocketon, and May returned to the Midway Manor. Still thinking on Gar's suggestion, Mavis retrieved the four-spoke cog and began speaking to it, trying to figure out what it was. Was he locked into a deal now that Gar had returned? Was it even the cog's doing, or whoever the cog belonged to? Sadly, Mavis received no reply, although, while staring into the cog, Mavis began to see his own reflection in the glossy metal. But the more that Mavis looked, he couldn't help but feel like it wasn't fully him. It was him, but it was an older version of himself, with a look of contentment on his face that he didn't recognize. Mavis took the silence as an agreement of no contractual obligation and set the cog aside to continue tinkering. Over the next few days, the group performed various tasks from tinkering to shopping. While back in the manor, Zeos decided to try something new with his spare time until the inventory. He requested that Gunther seal the door to his room with a stone wall, while Zeus sat in the illusions of snowy mountains in his bedroom and began to meditate. Zeus felt his body urge him to awaken as it naturally should day by day, but he pushed the feeling away. After several days of straight meditation in the Midway Manor, Zeus continued to maintain pure concentration on his meditation, as he felt himself fall into a deeper state of meditation, and he experienced something that he wasn't expecting to happen. Zeus found himself pulled into the recesses of his mind, peering into a field of darkness, nothingness, as he meditated. It was as though he was searching for something without knowing what that thing truly was. He continued to feel the gentle pelting of the conjured snow in his room, and suddenly he opened his eyes to a waking vision. Zeus looked out over an expanse of snow, an endless alabaster tundra stretching out before him. And as his vision focused, he began to see waves of color gently grazing over its surface, as though it was interlaced with the snow itself. As Zeus continued to gaze, it was as though he could sense a resounding sound that he couldn't quite hear, but he could feel. Suddenly, Zeus felt as though he was pulled through space and time as he now looked out from atop a snow-capped mountain. Stretching out before him, he could see numerous mountain peaks scattered across the horizon, and looking down to his side, he saw an empty bassinet with a blanket gently laid over it. Once again, Zeus felt pulled as suddenly he found himself standing in a field of stalagmite-like spires of ice, as though they had been cut shorter than their original length. In the center of this field lied a cube-like building made entirely of ice. As Zeus looked out, he blinked, and after opening his eyes, a new spectacle revealed itself. Suddenly, instead of fields of ice, Zeus found himself standing on top of a roof constructed of a mixture of stone and ice, as he looked out over an immense castle constructed from the same icy stone material. Looking down into the streets, Zeus could see citizens walking about their daily lives, their skin containing a blue tone. Zeus returned his gaze to the spires of the castle stretching out before him, when suddenly he felt himself pulled once again. This time, Zeus found himself within a snowy dome. Bits of frozen flora crawled down the walls and small flakes of snow fell from the domed ceiling. In front of Zeus, a majestic silver dragon stood over an elven individual lying on the ground, though no elf that Zeus recognized. Zeus felt as though he was hearing through a closed door and seeing through squinted eyes, just barely catching the last part of what Zeus could only assume was a decree of some sort, as the dragon spoke out. "Now, Selenar, receive the blessing of Zeldris." The dragon breathed a bitter wave of cold breath over the elf, creating a layer of frost that covered their skin. As the dragon receded, the layer of frost cracked and fell away, revealing a newly manifested sheet of thin scales that covered their body. Suddenly, a force too strong for Zeus to fight pulled him back to the field of darkness where his vision started. Zeus felt himself begin to awaken, when all of a sudden, while looking out into the darkness, he was barely able to notice a strand of color that floated amidst the endless nothingness. He reached for the color and grabbed hold as he felt himself pulled once more, but this time much further than before. Zeus now found himself atop a small grassy mountain, overlooking what he could only assume was the land of Ador. He could see fields of grass with flowers that peppered it with color, and further out he could see a variety of trees that continued to paint the landscape in a wondrous mixture of color. Before him stood two individuals, one male, one female, who also looked out over the land, not paying Zeus any mind, as though Zeus was merely an observer of what he was seeing. As the male looked out over the land, Zeus began to hear him speak to the female. "You know, it would be difficult for them. After everything, we need to be prepared. We need to have something on our side. So I think you've made the right call. Are you ready?" And the female responded, "Well, I have you here with me. I can do this, with your help, Milil." As Milil replied in an encouraging tone, "Aye, Arya, you can. You can." Suddenly, Milil raised a lyre, plucking a single tone that echoed in a resounding beauty, and he reached out, catching the very tone itself, and coalescing it into a small orb of energy in his palms. And then he handed it to Arya. As she held the note in her hands, Zeus could hear the note echoing outward with a power waiting to be unleashed, as suddenly she spoke again to Milil. "All right, I'm ready. It's time." Arya pressed her hands together and then pulled outward as the energy pulsed out and covered the land. As the energy settled, it gently laced the land and the air with the same gathering of color that Zeos saw in his first vision in the fields of snow. Looking out and admiring their work, Milil spoke out in a jovial tone. "What do you think we should call it? Sort of covers everything, doesn't it? He's a fitting name." And Arya replied, "It's almost like it weaves into everything. Why not just call it the Weave?" Milil responded with a slight chuckle. "I don't know, but I like it. I think that's a good one." Suddenly, Zeos felt himself abruptly pulled back one final time, and he opened his eyes in the familiarity of his room in the Midway Manor. Zeos quickly asked Gunther for water and food, feeling famished after several days of no sustenance, but yet still living. Zeos spent several hours processing the information, but eventually joined the rest of the group in the manor, where everyone noticed a streak of white in Zeos' hair, though no one knew of its significance. May asked if anyone else had experienced strange things in the manor and mentioned her nightmares, which initially surprised Mavis because Gunther and Eleanor had said dreaming should be impossible while in the half-world, until Mavis remembered that he himself had a dream of the dark portal while sleeping in the manor. After sharing his dream with the group, everyone remarked that they had the same dream and had the same feeling of a new ability upon waking. Zeos tried to trigger his ability to sense planar portals and could sense the front door to the manor just as Gar entered with breakfast. The group continued to discuss their new ability, and Gar brought Gunther up to his room to ask him for a favor regarding liquor. Before heading back to Sprockleton, May gave Gar some tips she found while she was researching on how to sell items. First saying to educate the buyer to make them feel that they know how to use the item, and then to make a personal connection with every consumer. As the group emerged into the city of Sprockleton, they could tell the entire place was much more lively. As music sounded, people gathered, and there were now much more than just rock gnomes in the city that prepared to attend this event. Mavis pulled Gar aside to ask about his flask of alcohol, saying that he shouldn't drink while he sold Mavis's wares, and Gar agreed that he would not do so while selling. Mavis tried his best to encourage his friend, but Gar said that until he found a better way to cope with the events of his death, he was coping in the best way he knew how. Gar tried to assure Mavis that he wouldn't do anything to put him or his friends in jeopardy, just as a gnome with a monocle and a top hat came by to retrieve Mavis to prepare for the inventory, and Mavis was escorted to an area for contestants. While looking around at the commotion, Laren felt something tap her neck as she looked behind her and spotted a red chess piece pointing into a small alley. She entered the alleyway and found a chessboard on a small table with 2 chairs set up, and as Laren took a seat at one of the chairs, she turned around and saw a hooded figure standing in the alleyway. The figure removed his hood, and Laren recognized her only friend from the Knox family, Kentic, whom she thought was dead. Kentic said that Laren was hard to track down, but that he'd been following for some time. Kentic shared a tale of the same old man that sent Laren to find the 2 clues that also sent him on the same journey, saying that the Knox family is not what they used to be, claiming that they were once a family of nobles. Kentic, of course, didn't believe him, but upon finding both clues, he discovered the original mansion of the Knox noble family in the region of Dathruna. He said that apparently the Knox family was once ambassadors to the Feywild, though he didn't know how they fell from that status. He said that whatever this place was, the Knox wanted it to stay lost, which meant that it was he and Laren's best bet at stopping the thieves the family had become. Kentic said that he could not enter the mansion due to a lock that required 2 True Blood Knox members to remove, which he confirmed they both were by showing the symbol of 2 leaves overlaying each other on his wrist. Kentic asked what Laren's current group was to her, and she simply said they were family. Kentic could sense her apprehension and told her that sometimes to protect family, sacrifices have to be made. He said that the Knox had been following them since Laren left Kalcheth and that he'd already thrown several off of their trail, and that if Laren stayed with the group, they would be in danger until the Knox are dealt with. Kentic said that they needed to move quickly and unseen, which could only be done with the 2 of them. Kentic told Laren to do what she needed to do to let the group know that she was okay, as they would prepare to leave in the morning. Though a decision that brought her no joy, Laren knew what she needed to do. She cared too much for her friends, her family, to put them in danger, and she agreed to the proposition. She gave Kentic a hug, and he warmly returned it, thankful that she was still alive, as he raised his hood and joined the flow of the crowd. Laren realized the weight that she carried with her while she wore this corrupted name of the Knox family, and felt a mixture of sadness and resolve, knowing that this would only be for a time, that there would be one day that she would return as a free woman that wore the Knox name proudly, to the only true family that she's ever really known. Oh my god. It is done. 650. That was some
He's
fast 650.
done.
Oh, I know, right? Good session. See you next week. Yeah. Zor, what's up?
What's up, Zor?
Oh man.
Wow.
Dude, well done on all of that shit. That was amazing.
It's intermission time, right? So
Yeah, pretty much.
next
We're
part
gonna
will
take our
start
break
after
now.
this.
No. All right, 1 second.
What the heck am I doing?
I need my character. sheet.
All right, it's actually inventory time.
It is. All right.
How big do I want?
Let me see. Is
I
this
just muted. No, I don't.
is this working?
I lied. It is working. Around.
There we
This is
go.
Festival music.
This is festival music. So,
Hell yeah.
as Mavis, you're taken off to a sort of backstage area where people are starting to prep for the inventory. Gar, you can see him like kind of disappear into a crowd of people. This gnome wearing like kind of official vests, probably has some patches on it that have symbols for the inventory, which you would see as sort of like a mixture of gears. It kind of changes from place to place depending on rank, but a mixture of gears that are very simplistic, just a larger gear and a smaller gear, kind of imitating that ever constant thing for a tinkerer that they stick to basics and they create something amazing. You are currently standing in the middle of a flow of people, and we never really discussed it, but you would have been handed like a piece of paper, a sort of official writ for your section within the daily living portion of the inventory, which outlines a booth that you have access to, a booth that's kind of like able to be picked up like a wagon with wheels on the end of it so it can be moved around a little bit, almost like a mobile food station minus the food. May and Zeos, I would say that currently you are both kind of wandering the streets as well as you have an opportunity to go and whatever you would like to do, whether it be visit some of the existing stands. I need to bring a document up. Give me a second. And with that, let's start with Gar.
Right. What all inventions did Mavis give me to sell?
That's a great question.
So, he hasn't really made many that are considered daily living. Pretty much, it's the mug, and then he had the ladder for gnomes to be able to get up on horses.
Hmm.
And I think he literally only gave you those two because I have not made anything else that would be able to be sold there. Pardon.
Yeah, that makes sense because the other one would be more at home in the combat section. Your little.
You were told that you weren't allowed to sell my.
Yeah. After he saw it up close and personal, the guy definitely.
It's not really
wasn't too
everyday
fond.
living, to be honest. So that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been keeping us alive.
Yeah, fair.
Where is this? Ah, found it. Okay.
Probably sell great in the black market.
Let's go. That's where we're going to next, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Cardina's got a black market, right?
Oh,
Well,
anyways, Gar. Yeah. So, with that in mind, are you doing anything first, or just making your way to your booth?
I would look for Zeos and May.
Okay, it's easy enough. You guys all just recently exited the tavern, so you would see them nearby amidst the crowd of people. They kind of stand out as well, given the fact that 70% at this point are rock gnomes in this place. You are seeing a wide variety of people, just to clarify, at this point. Humans, half-elves, no dwarves. You even see a couple dragonborn, Gar, occasionally. But much more than just rock gnomes now.
May, Zeos. I have a couple items that I'm gonna try to sell at the inventory. I have a booth. They gave me this writ with the booth number. But since I only have a couple items, it shouldn't take me too long. Are you two heading directly to the combat area? Or were you going to look around at booths first?
I would take a quick look around.
Okay.
Is there anything that I know these are all inventions, but is there anything that would remind me of like wearable inventions such as jewelry-ish items?
Let me.
Yeah.
of the pocket watch variety.
I don't know
No,
how to.
not that, but
How do I answer this? Yes? With a question mark? You'd have to. You see, let me clarify. You see somebody currently with an item on display in front that looks like some sort of jacket, maybe. It has a little bit of like mechanical tinkering, like wires and
Steampunk shit.
yeah, exactly. Very steampunk feel to it, like overlaid over the outside and inside of this jacket. You see another thing that. No, that's not clothing. You see also shoes with some wheels on the bottom of them. So like a couple wearable items. Uh-huh.
okay. I'm just gonna turn to his guy and be like, I mean, inventions aren't really my thing, so just wherever Zeus goes, I guess.
Well, regardless, I'll be a little while, so if you two would save me a seat so I can see Mavis's invention in action, that'd be...
That's no problem.
I would also...
I've seen it in action, but...
I would also clarify that the entirety of festivities for the inventory begin pretty early to where people can just like meander and kind of sightsee, but the actual combat portion isn't for a couple hours.
Okay.
So you do have time.
Okay.
I want to say that Zeus is pretty much just lost in his thought and looks like he's just staring off in the distance.
That's fair.
That makes sense.
Okay. Zeus.
Sorry, what? Inventory, combat? Where's Mavis?
Well, he left
Where's
with
he?
the Monopoly Man.
Monopoly Man. He doesn't have a spectacle.
He had a monocle.
must have been the
Monocle.
Mandela effect.
You talking about Mr. Peanut?
Right. Well, yes, he went that way.
yes,
I'm gonna be trying to sell some things, and I might look around when I'm finished. But if you two could save me a seat, whenever you head that way.
Sure. Where is it?
I would remember where the combat area was, right? Like I did a lot.
You can see it from where you're at now. It's kind of the central portion of Sprocketon.
Like,
Picture Ironforge only insofar as there's a massive open central part where a bunch of tunnels along the sides lead to, except there's no obviously like canyons, so to speak, where lava's down deep. It's all one solid platform with a slightly raised metallic arena in the center that's probably about 50 feet in diameter. You would also note that the arena was not raised beforehand. It was inset into the ground and currently now has like two steps, almost like it raised out. Yep.
Well, yeah, there's no problem with saving you a seat. I might actually head over there now. It's getting kind of loud.
Which, right then, like, off to the side.
Yeah, maybe yeah, I'm gonna go sit over there.
So you're finding a seat at the combat section to just kind of stay?
I guess I'll follow
May,
May.
or-
I'll message you actually.
Okay, cool.
And I guess I'm following May.
All right.
I'll wave to Garum like, see you soon.
Bye.
Okay.
Keeping an eye out for the gnome gentleman that I cast Fast Friends on.
Warrior,
Warrior.
make me a perception check.
How many more points do I need to earn with him from all the bacon cheeseburgers I've given him?
Make me charisma check. 2 of them, actually.
Oh, great. Amazing at that. Check. Normal. Check. Normal. What did I get?
Ooh. Okay. The first one.
Oh, and then a perception.
Okay, sure. So I'll say you've met with them a few times within the loose screw. The first time around, just like it was after everything had been a long day, just like we're still going over everything, and he deducted a point for not feeling, very appreciated. But the second day around, you got him 2, and he gave you a point back.
Just 1 point.
He is stingy. However, right now, amidst the gnomish inventors and assortment of different sightseers, you don't spot him anywhere. Also, I really like that, Bay. Good to know.
What?
Are you going anywhere in particular for that, or just like in the seating area out next to the Basically, the way that it is almost like a coliseum in terms of like rows of seating that travel along the walls, all like showing towards this central arena for the combat section, if that makes sense. So people can sit at different heights and always be able to see what's going on. And you can see people kind of funneling in and out of there, so I assume that would be a good place for both of you to go. Sure. Make me a perception check, Zeos.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Which is why I'm calling for a perception check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay. Okay.
You know, a few times you feel like you're close. You kind of like get lost in your thoughts, kind of staring off, and then you look up and you manage to catch her. So you never truly lose her, though. So fun facts, Sky, actually good question in general. Sprocketon itself is a much larger city. Where the party is right now and where the majority of Sprocketon's true infrastructure lies is within a structure known as the Bolt, which is a massive stone-like spire that stretches about a half mile into the sky that everything is built within. So underground is kind of a loose term. It is within rock, though. So with that in mind, Gar, you can see that your booth is currently the last booth that's currently unoccupied. Not like last in a row. It's like there's 2 rows that are going on right now with 4 people on either side, and you are like third back on the left. Make me a... Actually, you wouldn't even need to make a check on this. Are you looking at some of what the other people have laid out?
Yeah, I'm walking past. I'm not necessarily looking at what they have.
Okay.
I guess I would, just to get gauge, but I'm more interested in seeing if I'm the only non-gnome with a booth.
Okay.
That would probably cause attraction.
You don't even need to make a check for this. You are the only non-gnome with a booth. Yes.
Am I getting odd looks from the gnomes?
Have you stepped behind your booth?
Yeah, once I would have like gathered what they had and then got there, yes.
As soon as you step behind your booth, you see the people immediately to either side of you kind of look over and like give you this double take of like, wait, because they think like one of them you see almost go to talk to you and then like realize and go back to his own thing with this look of like, okay. Almost like they expected that you thought you were on the wrong side of the booth.
I'll just like pull out what little bits of scrap I have, making it
Sure.
look like I have like tinkering stuff already. Just like
Okay. Yeah, you pull out some loose materials that was left over from what Mavis maybe didn't need at the time that were excess that you planned on returning later, who knows. And it just sort of falls over the table as you set down your mug.
The ladder and the mug.
The ladder and the mug. Okay, and there's only one of each.
And the flask.
Okay. Okay, like it's available for people to see?
Nope, I was just sitting there.
Okay. Okay, so it doesn't look
Kind
like
of,
it's
kind of
one
like
the
it looks like it's on display, but maybe like a little back, like it's maybe I'm thinking, am I selling it? Is he? Like maybe
Okay.
it's more of a prized invention.
Sure. Okay. As you set everything out, you make me a history check.
Yeah, I'm great at those. Told you.
Okay. You hear a voice call out from your left behind a booth, and you recognize it pretty quickly. Even though you've only met him, actually, you never even officially met, but you look over, you see, hey, I recognize you, and you look over and you see Tanston Tiddlywink, a gnome that Mavis introduced himself to and originally told Mavis about the inventory back in Calcheth. You see him and...
Tiddlywink.
Yeah, Tanston. I never even met you back when you were over there. I met your friend though. What was his name? Mavis Shems. I tried to actually sell him one of this thing right here,
And he points down and you see a mug. Very similar to yours, although not identical. Also wooden, like with some different wires and tubing leading into, actually very well concealed, I might add, like within the handle itself underneath.
I see you got something over there. Wait, what is that? Hold on.
And he like steps out from behind
He did not steal my invention idea, did he? No. There's no way.
as he steps up.
This
Okay.
is my invention that I'm selling.
What does it do?
Buy it and find out.
That's not how it works here. This is essentially a display. I go up and I ask you, "Hi, what does your invention do?" And you tell me, and I decide if I want to. Is this your first time?
Yes.
Well, that's all right. You know what? Welcome to the inventory. You'll get used to it here. Now, let's start over. Hello, I'm Tanston Tiddlywink. What does your invention do, good sir?
Which one?
The mug right there is the one I am most interested in.
Oh, well, in that case, how much are you willing to offer?
Well, for an average mug, I don't know, 2 silver pieces perhaps? It doesn't look like anything special.
Doesn't look like anything special, but watch this. And I take out the flask, and I pour some alcohol into it,
Uh-huh.
and then I hit the button.
As you hit the
Go.
button, this sort of gentle, crisp smoke falls off of the top as he looks out.
It's not exactly the same. What did that do?
Did you pour alcohol in it or water?
Alcohol?
He
What? A little early for that, isn't it? It's.
No.
What is it?
Alcohol?
I am partial to rum.
It's rum, actually.
Perfect.
Is he?
Oh, that's quite chilled. And you didn't even. Oh. Okay, it's not my invention. My invention's quite different. Actually, it would work quite well with that. Would you like to see it?
Yes, but how much are you offering for this now that you know?
Oh, I'm not in the business of buying.
As he starts walking back over to his booth.
Shit. Pour out the alcohol and I clean it off.
Sure.
Set it back down.
He he brings you over to his booth where he has a mug that doesn't look as good as Mavis's. Mavis's is much more magical in nature, requires fewer mechanics. His are well enough concealed, but if you're really looking, you can tell there's something mechanical about it.
Now, if you don't mind, the flask, don't worry, I won't pour very much of it.
It's fine. This is another invention of mine.
The-
It'll
the-
never
the-
run out.
Oh, really? What? Well, that's definitely alcohol.
As he pours some into this glass, just like a little bit, a couple inches of rum.
Now, this is rum, yes? You're quite certain.
Yes.
And now,
And he
Wait. Start over.
from where? Hi, I'm Tanston
You
Tiddlywink.
didn't show me the inside of the mug before. I don't know if you had something else in there. Maybe this is an illusion, magic
Very-
trick.
We don't do magic here. In fact, the new Shambles shop or Jambles or
Not
whatever
like
the heck
magic,
it's called is not
magic,
really.
like, not
Well,
like this.
either way. Here,
and he pours it out.
Do something.
endless, you say. Interesting.
He pours more in. After showing you like an empty mug, he takes a cloth in there and wipes it out. Pours some in, and then
Now, this is alcohol. Yes, take a sip. Make sure.
Plug.
you can tell it's alcohol.
And now,
And he very obviously pushes a button on the handle, similar to yours, Mavis. It's a similar design in terms of like overall construction. And make me a perception check.
9.
You don't notice anything specific happen.
and now, it is merely an average drink. Water. Nothing else. All alcoholic properties have been removed. I call it the Soberman's mug.
Why would you do that to my rum?
Imagine what you could do. You could win any drinking game with anybody just by making them think that you could drink for ages.
Did I hear any noise happen besides the click?
Not with the 9.
Did I even hear the click?
Only because he was so obvious with it, like showed you it.
I take a sip.
It tastes like water.
Tastes like water, or it is water?
Insofar as like there's no more alcohol in it, it's just liquid. So all that's left over is water. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yes. Now, obviously, there are certain people, certain types of people that would like this very much, but nevertheless, I have
How
not yet
does
had
it
a buyer.
work?
Without disclosing all of my sources, I have found a region within the area of Dathruna that has managed to find a chemical compound that is very effective at removing alcoholic properties. I have
How
infused
often
it
do
with
you have to replace it?
Well, it only happens 7 times. After 7 uses, you have to add more of the chemical, but it's very manageable, and I'm working on getting their prices down even more.
My mug's so much better.
Well, in that case, let's
It
make a
works
friendly wager.
indefinitely.
How would you like to make a friendly wager, then?
Sure.
I'll bet that I could sell a dozen of these mugs before you sell half a dozen of yours.
I only have one.
Well, in that case, that'll be incredibly easy. Wait, what are you doing with only 1 mug here?
How about this? Whoever sells their mug for the highest price wins.
Make me a persuasion check.
I dropped
broke
his
my
He gives you a once over. Wait, did the music just like abandon us? No, it's fine.
Yes.
He gives you a once over.
You know, as much as I do like a friendly wager, I guess I should actually stick to what I'm doing here. But you know what? I wish you the best of luck. And if you want any more tips or anything, I can help you out.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Tiddlywink, how did you...
Tanston.
How did you arrive here in...
Sprocketon?
Sprocketon. Was it by horse and carriage?
It was. How come?
You can see him very suspicious of like everything you're asking him at this point.
And as no offense by this question at all, but with a man of your stature, how difficult do you find it?
My stature.
Climbing into a carriage or onto a horse, for that matter.
I will have you know that I have been doing it for most of my life, and I find it not difficult at all.
Insight check.
Sure.
Fuck me! That's 3 net ones!
Oh my god, it is!
I'm reloading.
Gar, what's happening? Okay. Well,
I believe him.
you can't tell. Yeah. You can That is so true though. You feel like you're just trying to get a read on him and oh damn. Something about like you're not really drunk, kind of tipsy. He's difficult to get a read on. He's a good one. Can't tell.
Okay, well I guess you have no need of this invention then.
Hey, what's that? Oh, that's interesting. What does it do? Oh, I see what you're saying. Intriguing. Well, for somebody that would have a difficult time with a gnomish stature such as myself that hasn't spent all of their life climbing up onto horses, perhaps it would be a good invention for them.
Worth how much do you think?
I mean, you're the inventor, right? Of course. Surely you should know.
But it's my first time you offered me assistance and now you're back again.
Right, you're right, I did do that. Very well, the first one's on me. For an item such as that, well, I mean, the contraption itself is quite nice. It is basically, well, just, well forged.
It's compact, it's easy to travel with.
And if someone of my stature could carry it, I would probably price that around 5 gold in order to be properly resellable.
It's lightweight. It's
Yes, precisely.
reusable, durable,
Resellable.
lifetime use. Okay.
Yes. Well, if you get the chance, I'd recommend looking around at some of the other booths. They have some pretty impressive inventions themselves, if I do
Well,
say
how
so
would I do
myself.
that if I have these things that I have to sell?
Well, people funnel in and out all the time. I mean, if they see that you're not at your booth, that's what that's for.
And he points over to a bell that you see just kind of sitting on the corner of your booth.
Well, great. Now I'm going to hear a bell and think that it's always for my booth.
That's entirely possible. It gets a lot of us confused around here. But you know what? We're working on a better system. Or at least I hear they are.
You know, excuse me one moment. Mavis.
Mavis, you find yourself being led back into a room that's kind of like, so picture the arena itself as having portions of just straight walls that have rooms behind them, and then portions of seating that goes up in a diagonal format. You are currently in almost like a backstage area to the entire arena, where you see 3 other gnomes in different, not really quadrants, but sections of the room. 1 female, 1 male, well, 2 males, but one of them's like on probably middle age, and the other one's a little younger.
Oh, gotcha.
And oh yes, you do have the rings. Yes.
Do they? Yeah. So you brought up a good point. Do they all hear that, or just Mavis? Like, is it targeted?
It is not targeted.
So they
You
would
would
me
all
asking
hear
for
that.
Mavis. Okay.
Gotcha.
Mavis, you can see several of them setting up. They have like these curtains. Well, no, at this point it wouldn't really matter. Inventions are done. All of their inventions are pretty much out in the open.
Okay.
And you see what...
I'm peeking at them.
Sure. Make me 3 intelligence checks.
Tres?
Yep.
I don't actually have my character sheet up. 1 second.
Sure.
Straight intelligence.
Straight intelligence.
Ooh, that's dookie. But with the flash of genius, that's a 13.
Are you using that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uno, dos. I won't do it on that one. And tres.
Okay.
That's better.
So a 13, a 14, and a 22.
We had a long rest right before we came out here, right?
Yep.
Okay.
This is the morning.
Cool.
Yep.
Because I never replenished my flash of genius, so.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and do that. If any of y'all have not taken a long rest, now would be the right time to do that.
Am I
And-
well rested?
Yes. I mean, you don't have a point of exhaustion.
Hungry.
You overslept a bit.
Yeah, you are like you ate a full meal and you're still hungry. Just to note, and you're the only one that would know this, Zeos. You, after hearing from Gunther, just to make this clear, you meditated for the equivalent of 8 days because you were in the manor, without food or drink.
Yes.
And though you were very hungry and very thirsty when you awoke, you were obviously still
alive.
alive.
True.
Take that for what you will.
He's a god.
Yeah. So, Mavis, taking a quick once-over of the different inventions, the first one that you see is a male gnome currently finishing up some tightening down of a few different gears with a screwdriver on a pair of boots that have some sort of cylindrical attachment to the bottom and the back.
It's my rocket boots.
Close. I mean, from what you can surmise, they look like they would do the same thing.
Mine were designed to explode, though, so this might be more
Yes.
controlled.
The next one, you see a female gnome that looks like she's got a pair of spectacles on, a very kind-looking face, actually. She's currently has her invention off to the side, ready to go, which is a crossbow with a tray, essentially, of bolts all attached one by one that seems to be fed into this to sort of auto-load it to an extent. And the last one, now that you have a closer look at it after hearing Laren's description, you see a little bit more of a middle-aged gnome with these pair of rubber gloves with copper wire laced all around them, a focal point in the center, and some sort of attachment on the wrist that, to the best of your guess, with a 22, looks like it could probably be a small power source.
It's
Yeah, he's Spider-Man.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
And just as you're starting to take in all this information, you hear Gar call your name over the ring.
Yeah. What do you want? What?
The ladder.
Uh-huh.
What was the price cost of materials for that?
It's a great question, Josh.
Ooh, I mean, really, you
It's-
just had to
it's
worry about the
mostly
lumber and
then,
attachments.
there's like a little bit of.
I'd say you probably spent like
metal in there.
2 gold.
2 gold. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
2 to 2.5. Like the lumber itself it's not a large ladder, so
yeah.
and
no,
that's
it's-
not expensive.
I mean, lumber. We'll double check the prices later. For now, we can say
It's about 2 gold. Why?
Yeah.
Just approximating cost for selling it.
Uh,
Getting quotes of around 5 gold for it.
I'm sure we could probably put that up to 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm getting quotes of about 15 to 25 gold for the mug.
From who?
Well, that was just a rough estimate from one of the officiators of the inventory.
Officiators. Okay. Fair enough. Either way, it's what I made currently there is a lot cheaper than that. But if I was to mass produce it, I don't know the cost
They
of that quite yet.
They
They yes, eventually, yes. It'll take some time.
wouldn't. Right. Okay, perfect.
Car, there's some impressive creations here.
Well, I already told you that.
I know. One of them seems to have some sort of rack of boots, very similar to the ones that I've made, but they might be more controlled. Mine exploded. His might not. I don't.
No, they'll explode. If I've learned anything in my time watching you tinker, everything explodes.
That's fair. Yep, that's been my experience too. Okay, well, yep, good luck. And remember this one, that side, just toss my name around. It's not that important. All this is just for notoriety, so I'm not.
Oh, also, I broke the promise because someone needed me to test the stuff. It's fine. I'll tell you more about it later, okay? It was just a sip. I put my hand in my pocket.
Yeah.
I'm just like making eye contact with Sam.
Yeah.
We're like, what?
Wait, are we close to them? I thought we wandered off.
No, but you
This
hear
is
this
over
whole
the
conversation
rings.
through the rings.
Oh, this is through the rings.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah,
Yep.
so I just
This
picture
is
like
happening in my
Sam
head.
sitting
Yep.
next to me as I'm like writing and just like eyeing him like, what are they going on about?
Which, yeah,
Captain
Zeus,
Radar.
you can see May currently writing in like.
I have a question about that.
Sure.
Are we like in actual seats?
It's almost more like
Get to the Coliseum. Is that where we went?
like long,
Yeah.
long, slightly curved benches. If that makes sense. It's like
Okay.
one solid seat.
So since I realize this is like old-fashioned writing, I have to have like an ink pot and a quill. So I'm probably like kneeling in front of the bench and using the
Oh.
bench as a desk, which is really weird. And I just want to point it out.
You know what? I like that more.
Notice this. What the heck is May doing?
To the best of your knowledge.
I am writing in
Okay.
what you would know to be my prayer book from. So instead
Yes,
of like
I've seen it before.
from the
so-
back side, I'm writing instead of from the front. It's from the back side.
Gotcha.
And it's written in a dialect you don't know, I'm assuming.
I would probably recognize that, right? Would
Uh,
I recognize?
It's written in Yuhan.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
then no, you don't recognize the dialect.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was celestial for some reason, but yeah, that makes a lot of
No.
sense.
I had a
Very
feeling it was
Yuhan.
going to be that.
Yeah.
What the hell is
Yeah,
you?
question: does he recognize it though? That's my biggest question.
Made up
Given your
language.
proximity to it, make me a history
Well, I
check.
also read him the book in
Where did it take
Yuhan.
Latin?
Oh yeah, so you've seen it before.
Oh yeah, okay.
You just
then,
can't
yeah.
read it.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. No, since you're never mind.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Noted. Notice. Since you're busy, I'm not gonna do anything.
Okay. Okay. Then
I noted that you're busy, so I'm like, I'll leave you be.
Look at
in that case, Gar. Taking a look around as you step behind the booth again, you can see you can see a variety of objects in different booths. The one that I described to May, you can see this jacket with sort of like copper tubing laced into the fabric itself. You can see what looks like a magnifying glass on a different one. You can see this. It looks like a block with a circular construction on the front consisting of several blades slightly curved. It's a fan. It looks like a fan, like a little table fan, except a little bit different, a little more rustic, steampunky. You also see somebody with an assortment of glasses set up. You see somebody else with this interesting looking, like, not really stone, metallic construction that's like a small rectangle that has 4 different colors on it. You see a metallic arm with some sort of springs attached to it. And finally, you see the same shoes with wheels attached to the base of them.
First stop, the jacket.
Okay. So you take the time where nobody's really looking at your inventions right now. Nobody's at the booth to kind of wander over.
Take the flask with me, though.
Sure. As you do, you see a little bit of an elderly, not really elderly, middle-aged gnome.
Come on, come. Oh, hello, welcome. You interested in the wares here? This is what I call the jacket of warmth.
Jacket of warmth.
Yes, as you see when you put it on, well, first of all, it is what a jacket does. I know what you might be thinking, but this is entirely different. You see, due to a chemical compound that I have that I've discovered, it manages to pump some sort. My brain is like trying to talk in DM mode as the gnome. Manages to pump this compound through the tubing, releasing a sort of warm air, allowing the jacket itself to essentially doubly warm you. Protects you
Risk
from
of
incredibly
explosion?
minimal.
Give me a percentage.
5%. At this point, it started out much higher. But trust me, I have worked out a vast majority of the kinks.
When was the last time you had one explode?
Oh, let's see. It would have been,
I'm gonna roll for it.
just over a month ago. Believe me, I have taken very good care of this. This is one that I have the utmost faith in. Although, obviously, I know what you're thinking. Not down here, right? A lot of the colder regions are further north. Well, that's the whole point of Sprockton in the inventory. We don't just invent for here, we invent for the world.
Does it look like it's one size fit all, or is it like gnome sized?
You see he has a few different sizes, but only one of each size at the moment.
Currently, my biggest problem is mass production, but I've at least invented a few of these in order to try and see if it's something anybody would even want. Obviously, that's where you start.
The biggest one, I'm assuming it's not big enough for me.
Nope.
I'm like, all right, I'll try it on. Yeah.
Yes, it seems that it might be a little bit...
Fat guy.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm
coat.
picturing right now. No, don't. I need you to make a... Are you trying to rip it?
No.
I don't believe you.
But does he believe that I'm not trying to? He's like, oh, so you just put it on, and is there a button?
No,
press?
you
And
just
like
be careful.
falling?
It's a big one, and you...
How do I roll for this? You know what? Let's just do it this way. Oh, the jacket feels pretty sturdy. It's not tearing currently. Though you can only get your arms to about here.
Okay. Well, yep, definitely need bigger sizes.
Apparently, I need one more
Would help
size.
me
Yes.
Take this off.
Yes,
He steps out from behind. Here, let me just get that off you. Like brushes off your clothing, really trying to be official.
Really tried to put that over my arm, right? Like it was
Yeah. Exactly.
Well,
oh gosh.
it's still a work in progress, but you know what? That's the whole point of this, right? What are you making over there?
Well, I've got a few things. You're more than welcome to come by and take a look once I've returned to my booth.
Very well. And if you don't mind my asking, how does a dragonborn become an inventor? I've never seen one before.
Well, in my travels, I came across an ingenious inventor by the name of Mavis Shems.
Really?
And
I've never heard the name
he
before.
Sparked a curiosity in me, and so I took my hand at it.
Yeah, Mavis Shems. Is he from the region of Sprockton?
No.
No. Well, clearly his name has traveled far and wide then.
It has. Actually, he has something showing this evening at the combat section.
Does he? Well, from what I'm not mistaken, that should be, a couple hours from now? So I guess I'll have to stop by. You know, everything closes down during that time here. You shouldn't have to worry about your station during then.
Perfect. Good.
Very well. Well, I'll have to come by later.
You should.
Just so that you know as well, Josh,
Mhm.
I totally forgot that I had made these back in Sunset Valley, and I literally haven't touched them since
Okay.
that point. My laser pointer.
Yeah, I remember
I gave
those.
him that as well, and
Okay.
my multi-tool of magnificence.
Okay.
Um,
Do you have
so
the descriptions for those?
I sent them to him, and I can send them to you as well.
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
What the fuck? All of this explodes!
Who do you think you're talking to?
Well, I guess the second one doesn't.
No,
Oh, it's so good. So, Gar.
you could theoretically also. He would have given you this one, but you probably know it's bullshit. Remember the pot?
Yeah.
The lie detecting pot? He would have
Yeah.
given you that as well. Because
Yeah.
he's still convinced that it works. But it is genuinely just a 50-50 chance of what it does.
That's so good. So,
Yeah. So I'll visit the arm, mechanical arm looking
Okay.
thing.
you step over and you see a different gnome. Looks a little bit younger. He's actually got like bright red hair, kind of goes up in a similar style to Mavis's, although not identical. Thank you, Nathan. You see he has a pair of goggles on his forehead. It actually reminds you a little bit of Mavis, slightly.
Welcome. Are you interested in what I'm lovingly referring to as the extendo arm? It does exactly what you expect as an extendo arm should.
He puts
How far does it extend?
Well, allow me to demonstrate.
he puts like on this sleeve that kind of has leather straps that he fastens down with a a hand attached to the end of this spring-loaded metallic construction, points outward.
How far away from my booth are we?
Probably 15 feet.
Okay. Can you, say, for example, grab that mug over there?
If I was slightly closer.
He steps out from behind the booth to about a range of 10 feet.
Well, not interested anymore.
Oh,
I have a friend that has one that goes 30 feet.
30 feet? That's that's a long way.
Yeah, it's quite large.
Well,
And
he must be
compact.
very proud. I mean, that's impressive distance.
For a gnome, yes, you could say that he is proud.
Yeah, no, very well. I guess, we all start somewhere, and I'll reach there eventually as well.
Yeah, you still got some growing to do as an inventor.
Some people... Well, some of us gnomes, though, sometimes we don't need all of that distance. The smaller stuff helps.
That's not what she said.
I mean, look at... Who?
Fucking, what was her name? The lady...
Your mom?
Euromop. Euromop.
No, I'm a gnome.
No, her name is Euromop.
Oh, of course, a classic gnomish name. Sorry, it's the dialect. It's difficult for me to understand.
Yes, I have to say it through these teeth.
Yeah, it's quite all right. It's good to have some fresh inventors here.
As he steps behind, and you see him look out.
I mean, it's about... I could get it to...
As he launches the arm forward, stops at about 10 feet.
Nah, I could make it 15.
As it retracts, takes it off and sets it back down, and you hear
Curious,
ding.
Look.
You look over and you see a human currently standing at your booth, looking like
I'm gonna
he's.
go.
Oh, of course. Thank you.
As you make your way over there, Mavis.
Yes.
Just after your conversation with Gar on the ring, you look over to see this gnomish individual who hasn't introduced himself yet, with the top hat on, a vest on currently, and a monocle.
He's the one that led me here.
Yes, the one that led you
Okay.
here. A male gnome, and you see he currently has a tablet in his hand, and currently glasses on his face and some sort of pen as he's writing stuff down.
All right. Well, let's see. Mavis Shems, is it?
Yes, yes.
Your booth is going to be right over here,
I
and
smile at the mention of my name. I got it right.
It's perfect. He doesn't even pay you any mind or notice, but he starts guiding you over, waving over.
come on, we're going to have you all set up over here. It's in a couple
Do you
hours.
get access to target dummies or anything of the sort? Do I
Oh.
need to...
Yes, you get access to. So,
Perfect.
allow me to go over what to expect.
And he puts his tablet off to his side, in the crook of his arm.
So, depending on what your invention does, if it's anything for mobility, if you need us to provide some sort of moving tracks on the ground, we can. If it's anything for any sort of attack, we have plenty of target dummies of varying sizes that can actually emerge
Like
from
that.
the ground itself. How many will you
You have
need?
a really big one that would... I need 5 that I can hit, and then 1 that can hit me.
Well, we have varying sizes of a gnome, of the average human, and one. You can
Average
put
human.
2 on the field at once that are of a large human to a small giant.
Just average human.
Average human. How many?
Yep, 5.
5 of those. Very well. Would you prefer
Only
them
2
in?
off to my right, 3 off to my left. 1 a little bit closer, and the other 2 a little bit further.
Wonderful. At what point? Well, there's not anything in terms of keywords or anything like that. You simply say raise the dummies and we will raise them for you. And at
Perfect.
which point you will be able to perform in whatever way you see fit. If you don't mind my asking, what sort of attack capabilities should we expect from your invention today so we can have proper emergency staff on hand?
Fire, bludgeoning, throwing,
Fire, bludgeoning,
and
throwing,
electricity.
electricity. Very well. Does any of it had the possibility of reaching into the audience if misfired?
Hypothetically, yes, but it's
We'll
not
have
gonna be
walls put
fire.
up around the outside. Don't worry. It's as long as
You'll be
you.
able to see through these walls, yes.
They only go up to the first level of seating. Everybody else is above those. So as long as you aim low, don't aim too high, you should be good.
I'm very astute with this device, so yes, we're good.
And
we're
now,
good.
would you require any attacking dummies on our part? Do you have any defensive
Yes, I need
capabilities?
one. A large one. One
One.
that could potentially knock a large creature over.
And what sort of attack would you prefer? A ranged, up close and personal?
Up close, trying to ram me over, knock me over. In fact,
So you would like it to approach with some speed then?
yeah.
Very well.
Essentially a ram, if possible.
A ram? They're sort of nondescript, if I can put it that way. It's more for the demonstration of you rather than our specific...
No, I mean something that rams.
Oh,
I
yes,
mean
that
a
we can do.
specific
Yes, of
animal.
course.
Yes.
Very well. In that case, let's see, what else? How long do you think you should need to demonstrate all the capabilities of your invention?
Oh, a minute? Maybe?
A minute,
At
very
most.
well.
Maybe 30
Short and
seconds.
concise is better. It allows people to understand what they're dealing with without being overloaded with information. What else? And what is the name of your invention?
Mavis's barrel battlebot.
Mavis's barrel battlebot. Very well.
No,
nope.
no.
Oh.
No, you had one too many in there.
One, two, oh, maybe just the barrel battle. Perfect. Barrel battle bot. All right. There we go. Well,
He like clicks a pen, puts it away.
in that case, that's all I have for you now. If you have any questions for me, just let me know. I will be helping some of the other contestants, and I will be back around to you once we're to you. You should be the last one of the day because you were the last one to sign up.
Saving the best for last. Okay, perfect.
Yes, if you
Sounds
prefer
good.
to look at it that way.
And he makes his way over to the first inventor in the line that you saw.
I take a deep breath and try to calm myself down.
Okay. You see a section of this place in the back. The ceilings in here are probably about 20 feet high, solid stone walls. Lighting set up in lanterns that hang on the wall, providing a good glow to the area, as well as personal lanterns on these different tinkering desks that are laid out for you.
Okay.
An assortment of drawers and anything that you would need. This is like a tinkerer's dream in terms of staging and storage for whatever you need.
Gotcha. Nice. Nice.
Then Gar.
Pretty much, all his stuff is done. He is taking this time to psych himself up.
Sure.
Get into the right mindset.
Okay. Which he has time for.
Yeah.
So, Gar. Well, actually, May and Zeos, are you doing anything specific at this point, or are you just waiting until the combat portion?
Did you finish?
No, I would be writing this whole time, but how many people have entered?
At this point,
area?
at this point, probably about 30% of the seating is filled. People continue to funnel in and out, but there are other people that are doing various activities as well that you can see around. A couple other people that are writing, a couple other people that are just reading, a couple other people that are just in conversation, just waiting.
The people that are in conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Do they appear to be talking about like the, I guess, contestants or anything like that?
Ooh, make me a perception check.
This is gonna go so well. Oh, okay.
Okay. I'll say that you see a group of 3 humans off to the side that look... Okay. You can't tell their attire, nothing specific. They just look like commoners that are currently just whispering loudly amongst themselves, and you pick up a few words. You hear them speak. So I hear some of them this year got a variety of inventions. One of them even some sort of, well, they don't really tell us until they're out here, but some of them attacking, some of them, yeah, mobility. I heard about that one. It's the new one on the block as well. Like, what was it? Brixif. I heard some of their names, right? And the other one was Urimop. No, I'm a human. No, that's done to death. Please don't. And what was the one? Mavis Shems. Yeah, that's what it was. And Brixif Mabelt. Why do these gnomes always have these names? You catch just like conversation about the contestants themselves, not what they're creating, because they're not made public until this day.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to put my brush pen down and then turn to Zeus.
Okay.
And just say, isn't the whole point of Mavis doing this so that he can get his name out?
I have no idea.
Are you okay?
Yes. Actually, if you're not too busy, I had a question for you.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So, I know you're familiar with Ilmater and what was the other one?
Helion.
Yes. Who else are you familiar with?
On that level, just the 2 of them.
Well, not on that level, but like who you know of. I'm not very for some reason, with all the vast amount of knowledge
Making
that
a
I
religion
actually do
check?
know, I don't know much about religion.
Yeah, make me a religion check, May.
I wouldn't know that much either if I wasn't raised in a church. You said religion?
Yes.
Why was I looking like I wasn't proficient in
Ho, ho,
Oh, bitch. Sorry.
Let's go.
Shit. Okay. Cool.
Give me the deets.
I know all of them. Thank you.
Yup. You know what? I'll give you a few here. You are aware of some primary deities in terms of specifically they're set aside because they're attributed as the ones that were the first of a particular race. For instance, Mordadin, the dwarven god of creation, also of dwarves and smiths in general. Along that same line, you also are familiar with where's the name? What? Was it Oh God, I forgot the name. Coriander. You know what? It's Sehanin's. Oh
Delicious.
God, nope. It's not one that I have in my list here. Give me 1 second.
Spell it?
That's the thing. I forgot how it's spelled.
Oh.
Something under Melora?
Corellin. That's the one.
Okay, yeah.
A male elf that is generally attributed as like father of the elves. And you know what? I'll say Azuth is one that you're aware of. Azuth. Ayo. And he's known as a lesser deity and is widely regarded as essentially god of wizards. And last but not least, well, I'll say you're familiar with Kelemvor, especially after talking with Gar about it. And other than that, Yondala, the halfling deity. Halfling goddess of fertility and protection.
Spell that one?
Yondalla.
All right.
Thank you for writing that out, Nathan. Yep, those are like the main ones that come to mind. If you did research, you could probably find others, but those stick out.
Well, I know about the father of the dwarves, Moradin, and Corellin, who's considered the father of the elves, and Azuth, who's more of like a lesser deity, but related to wizards in a way. And then Kelemvor, which Gar mentioned, and Yondalla, the halfling.
Wait, hold on. Okay, I was getting confused with Azuth for a sec because I don't consider him a deity.
You don't. Yeah, that is
I
true.
guess I do. I don't.
Yeah, a lesser deity, I will say.
A lesser deity. I'm gonna need correct spellings on that later, but sure.
This is what I typed.
Oh, cool.
How much of that is correct? I have no idea.
All of it.
Damn, I
Yeah.
got everything wrong. I used K for Corellin.
I have
Oh, wait, Corellin is an ON. So close.
Oh.
You were 98% right. God.
Why do you ask?
Well, I was hoping you might be familiar with a god named Arya.
You have not heard this name.
No, do you know what she's related to, or what she
No,
works
but if I had to
with?
guess, nature, maybe? Land?
Nature and land.
How does it work exactly? Like, these gods are a thing of something, right? So, yeah.
I think I understand what you're saying. Deities are typically related to an aspect of life or death in the world and things of that nature.
Well,
Like
I
that
was
one.
thinking, like, Melora. I know she's the deity of moonlight. And the
No,
one you said is
Melora's
the
the
deity of the moon. So, yeah, deity of nature, then, if I had to guess? I'm not sure.
Okay.
Something I need to do some research on. Yeah, no,
Are you okay if I like get up and walk around?
you can do whatever you like, May.
No, but I meant like, are you okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll just sit here and wait for it to start.
Hey, just make sure no one takes a seat and don't close my book. The ink has to dry.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm like thinking, why don't I know a really good way to dry ink fast? I write stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Prestidigitation.
Hey,
Dry.
actually true.
Dry.
then
Freeze
I
it. It never dries. It just slides off.
And then
You want to, yes.
I do want to walk up to that group of humans.
Okay. Yeah, they're about 15 feet off from you. You can
Oh.
see them just in hushed conversation for the most part.
If I have anything very, like, religious showing, like, just tuck it away a little bit so I don't look like a cleric. I know I'm
Sure.
not, but I mean, like, just so I don't look like
Yeah.
a clergyman.
Okay. So your prayer beads you take off of
Yeah,
your
just kinda,
wrist.
it's not even. I'll leave that as like almost like a bracelet. But
Okay.
Just kind of like tucking away anything that's just really outwardly like, oh, this person might think I'm related to a church.
Sure. Okay.
And I want to walk up to this group of humans and just say, I'm sorry, did I hear you mention Mavis Shems?
Yeah, you did. I heard that he's supposed to be one of the ones here. It's one of the four, I guess. Also, what was the other one? They had a bunch of... His name's the easiest to pronounce of any of them that we saw. Are you
I thought
familiar?
the same thing. Yeah, I'm actually here to see his invention. I heard it was really amazing, and of course, we know nothing about it right now, but...
You heard it was... Who said it was amazing? Like, the groundbreaking? Is this something that could shape the face of Ador?
Maybe. I really don't know because we have no idea what it is, but...
Neither do we. We've been talking about it all day. This guy thinks it's a terraformer. Yeah, well, there's a possibility it is. It's probably not a terraformer.
I don't know. I just hear, rumors, obviously, with
What have you
everyone
heard?
here.
What? Anything, really?
Just that it's this massive machine. It's bigger than any of the other ones, and it's...
You see that?
Possibly do.
As soon as you say massive machine, you see the two other guys behind him go, just like to each other.
I heard whispers that it can, help in defense, maybe, or like if the spanners here got a hold of it, that there's roads to be safer from bandits. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but on my way here, I had a whole altercation with bandits, and if we had something that could help with that at all, it would have been amazing.
I grew up in a militia over in Credina, and we deal with stuff like that all the time. If it's anything that could go widespread past here, it's something I would love to see.
I mean, sorry, I'm just such a junkie for inventions, and
I
just here
wouldn't
to
take
see
you
that
for that, as he
invention.
points at your armor that you're wearing.
Wait, I don't wear my armor.
Oh, that's right, you don't.
I don't wear my armor.
So you don't have any weaponry with you either right now. Like your
no,
flail's
I
not.
probably have my flail. In
Okay.
My shield, but besides that,
Okay.
but it's not like on hip. It's kind of like tucked away.
Sure. Okay. Well, this is our what is this, like 10th time we've been to these semi-annual inventories. Some of them are really good. Just make sure, and he like looks down, make sure you get a seat a little higher up like we are. Some of this stuff can get a little bit explosive with its demonstrations.
But isn't that the fun part?
Only as long as you want to keep your eyebrows. If if you don't care about your extraneous, what we like, extremities, your clothing, by all means you can get a closer look. But I prefer it up here. Just a piece of friendly advice.
I mean, I'm not too far away, but thank you. Yeah, this is my first time. I kind of recently got into this,
Well, hopefully you enjoy it as much as we do. We've been taking notes for a few years now, and there's been some pretty cool ones. One year, one of them was trying to invent some sort of object that fired a small, sphere out of the front of it at high velocities, but I didn't hear it went very well. I think it backfired. But, you never know. That's part of the fun of it. Actually, sometimes we even make bets on which inventions are gonna just, fail on the spot, or the ones that are just meant to succeed,
Well, I've heard some pretty good things about Mavis Shems, so just make sure to keep an eye out.
We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for letting us know. As they start leaning in, and you see each of them have different notebooks in their hands that they start writing, and you catch just as you're about to leave Mavis and a check mark next to it.
And I'll go back to writing.
Nice. I love it. Gar. Well, Zeus, is there anything you're doing? Other than processing?
I was doing that, realized I was muted. I'm just
yeah.
You going,
If not, we can circle back around to you.
No, I don't think so, because I'm going to take the time that I used over the last week and a half to say that's happening now a bit more.
Okay. Okay, that works. Gar, as you make your way behind the booth, you see this human standing in front, female. Currently, she has mid... 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
But I'll go see this guy before any of that.
Okay, sure. Let's start here then. A female currently standing at your booth. She's got just blonde hair that just goes past the shoulders. Some sort of ribbon in an updo, or not a total updo, just ribbon in a ponytail rather. You can see her kind of just looking at the mug and then looking down towards the ladder, and she kind of reaches her hand out to touch it. Oh, hi. Sorry, I've never seen these before.
You said she's human?
Yes, she is human.
What
are you making exactly? These are quite interesting, intriguing.
Well, I've got an array of things. I've got this collapsible portable ladder.
Does this do?
She points at the mug.
The same thing as his does?
No. His mug is nothing compared to my mug.
Oh, okay. Well, what is it
His
exactly?
is for charlatans and tricksters. Mine is more for, the average household.
Oh, well, what does it do exactly? Right now, it just looks like a normal mug. I like the inscriptions on it, though. It's very well made.
It does look like a normal mug. Well, let me show you. And I pull out my water skin because she seems like a respectable woman.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold out your hand, if you don't mind.
She holds out her hand.
And I just take the water skin and I pour a little on it.
Oh.
It's kind of room temperature, outdoor temperature water, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
From what I can tell.
Pour it in.
Okay.
And I'll fill it to the top.
She looks the whole time you're doing it, trying to see if there's any trickery going on, almost like somebody watching a close magic show.
Some days when you're doing yard work or just working hard or traveling through deserts or, craggy terrains in this heat, you need a nice, cool, refreshing drink. And I push the button.
May I?
Go ahead and try the water now.
Takes a sip of it.
That's like I just put ice cubes in it. That's wonderful. Wait, how does it work exactly?
Trade secret. I can't really divulge that.
Oh, well, what about in terms of longevity? How often would I have to?
Well, that's what makes mine so much more impressive than Tiddlywinks trash.
Do you say that loud enough to try and get him to hear?
No, I just
okay.
say it to her.
Okay.
If my theories are correct, should last forever with no need to ever replace anything.
Well, that's quite a claim. How easy is it to reproduce? What kind of cost am I looking at?
Well, for me, personally, it cost a fair amount through the process of going through prototypes and that to finally arrive at this final product. However, cost for you to purchase, I only have the one for sale currently.
Okay.
I was rushed for time. I just learned of this inventory thing, so I didn't make a large number of them. But for you, for purchase, it put it at 27 gold.
27 gold. Oh, I mean,
Make me a persuasion check over all this.
Inspiration.
Okay. Okay.
Laren, I could really use you right now. I say into my ring.
Sure. Okay. Let's see, with everything going on, I need to roll for this. Okay. You see her look at it like,
oh, I mean, it seems very nice, but I mean, something like that, that's almost 2 weeks' salary for someone like me. That's a lot for just one item.
And what do you do, madam, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm a gardener. At least that's where I'm
so
starting.
You know how difficult it is some days out there, sweating, toiling away in the soils.
Yes, it is.
Something like this that potentially could last ages.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It looks like a very helpful item and one that I would definitely use, but it's just a lot of money for me.
What would you be willing to offer?
I kind of put a limit on myself for stuff like this. I don't carry much more than 15 gold across everything, but if it was just the one item, I mean, I'd be willing to spend it on that.
How much?
15. Like I said, I'm a gardener.
Well, no, unfortunately, that's a bit low.
Well, that's all right.
I've got other items though. I've got this. Do you have children, madam?
Me, no. But maybe one day.
You look like you'd be a suitable mother.
Oh, thank you.
She looks confused at you for a second and like looks away, like trying to figure out what you're implying.
I'm not hitting on her.
Yeah.
I'm not a charismatic dragon boy.
Yeah.
I thank you.
I have this ladder that's great for children or for races of smaller stature to get on horses, carriages, the like.
Oh,
or even at home if you have something on a shelf
that does happen every once in a while. I've had to move my table every time for stuff like that. It'd be nice to have something so compact.
And it's easily foldable, collapsible. You just will press this button and it collapses, and press this and it extends.
I mean, it seems very well made, and the quality of the lumber looks really good as well. And how much for this one?
For this one, for the materials it cost me, I'd say 7 gold.
7 gold?
And again, it's quite durable. Take it, check its durability if you'd like.
Okay.
It's light and...
Make me another persuasion check.
Uh-huh.
I'll reveal that for you.
Whoopish. Look that up, dude.
So, Joel. Anyways, you see, you see her take the ladder, kind of move it around a little bit, try and lift it, and she lifts it with ease. It caught me off guard.
Well, I mean, 7. It would be really nice. I'll tell you what. I'll come back around after all the festivities, and maybe I'll consider it then.
Sure. I mean, I've got other things too. I've got this little contraption that produces a red light out of the end of
Oh.
it. It's
I don't know where I'd use such a thing.
well, it's great. You ever hang pictures or things in your home?
I just hung my first one last week. It's one I just moved into.
Well, perfect. Sometimes getting things lined up properly can be a pain. Well, with this, you just set it on the surface, and it shoots a straight line. And I set it down, and I'm gonna push the button.
Okay. Sure.
I gotta go back and read what it says.
You gotta roll me a D100.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh, bejeebus. No 98s.
All right.
Okay. As you press it, you hear like a sequence of quick clicks as they all chime in unison, and a beam of light is pointed out, and you see her. Oh, that's amazing! You can't even. And she puts her hand in front of it, and you see it on her palm.
It's
Yes. Causes no harm. Wouldn't recommend pointing it in your eyes.
Oh.
You could go blind.
Then definitely not. No.
Or others. It could also be used as a safety tool, but for these purposes, you just I'll press it up against the side of the booth and show that the laser goes across, the light goes across, and be like, see, and now you've got a perfectly level line, and you can hang stuff nicely and neatly.
That's really what sort of price? I never even caught your name. You've been telling me all of this the whole time.
Oh, I am Garz Rash, apprentice of the magnificent, marvelous Mavis Shems.
Mavis Shems. I haven't heard of him. Is he from Sprocketon?
No, he's from far and wide. A great inventor that has taken me under his wing.
Oh, well, I hope to meet him one day then.
Well, if you're here this evening, you'll see him in action at the combat portion.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, I was planning on it. Well, and how much for this?
She points at the laser pointer now. You can see she's interested.
Oh, this I'd have to say about 350. Excuse me one moment while I look at my logs, and I just pull out.
Of course.
A journal or something.
Sure.
I don't know. Do I have paper or a journal?
You would have a journal, yeah, just a general notebook.
Mavis.
What?
At this point, Mavis, you've just gotten set up in there. Just close one final drawer with some stuff in it. Got your barrel set up on the side of it, and take a good look. And you hear this whisper in your mind.
What do you want?
You didn't give me a cost of production for the light thing or the multifunction tool.
Oh, you're right. No, I didn't. I never really thought about that, to be honest. I just wanted to show the inventions here. Are you trying to sell all of them?
Can I?
You can. It's not important. The only thing that I care about is that they're seen. I only made one of each of them, so if you sell them, you can't really show them to anyone else that comes by.
No, but I'm spreading your name to everyone.
Perfect. Exactly what I was hoping for.
So let's see. For that one, it's mostly just steel.
I look over at May and I'm like, well, there's your answer.
It's mostly just steel for that
Yeah.
one there. So I figure that one probably costs like what? A gold?
I just would say 1 to 2, yeah.
Like I think probably in the gold to a gold and a half range. So he'd
That's
go
what
for
I would
that.
do.
I'd say sell it for 350. Yeah, about 350.
About 350. Got it.
About 350. Yeah. And then the multi-tool, honestly, that one's still kind of, I got some kinks to work on that one. I don't think it's going to go for much. I could never get it to pull out the right tool. It's always kind of random. I'd push the button and it just would shoot one out, whatever.
Pulling out at the
Ammo,
right
please.
time is, well,
A
it's
skill set.
important, so.
It's not the right time, it's the right tool.
Right, the right tool at the right time. You always want to. Anyways. Okay. I won't show that one then.
You can show it, just don't try to sell it.
Okay, I won't try to sell it. I'm winking at the ring like you could.
Oh god.
Right. So, looking at my cost of materials here on my journal, I close it and set it aside.
Yep.
About 3.5 gold.
Make me a persuasion check. Yeah, I know, Joel. That's what I was thinking too.
3.
I mean, there's a chance. No, there isn't. You see her.
I mean, it's a nice tool, but I don't have a lot of pictures or paintings in my house, and I do most of my work outside. So,
Fair enough.
I think I'm gonna check out some of the other ones.
Come back later, check out the ladder.
Of course. And you said Garzarash, right?
Garzarash, yes.
Okay. Well,
the only dragonborn.
I'll remember on that alone. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. What was your name again, Miss?
Heather.
Heather.
Yes.
Nice to meet you, Heather.
You as well.
And she walks off to the next one. And what's your invention? You see Tanston like in the process of looking over at you, and then
well, let me explain.
as he goes into an explanation.
As soon as she leaves, I'm like, Laren, I need your help. Come by and act like you're purchasing things. Like you're really interested, so you can drive up the price. Just come pretend.
And hold on, thinking, because I know everything Laren's doing right now.
Because technically, we have no idea that she's left.
You have no clue. You would hear her respond and just say that she's on her way.
Okay.
Mavis. Actually, before Mavis, May and Zeos. Slowly but surely, over the next hour and a half, as you're approaching the time of the official combat portion of the inventory, you see people funneling in. Probably 70% of the seating is filled at this point, and you hear a familiar voice off to your left. As you look over and you see Joran Rabbledibble currently with his hand that's always stuck into one position as he looks over.
Hey, it's good to see you all. If I'm not mistaken, May and Zeos, right?
Yes, it's so good to see you.
I haven't missed him, have I? I mean, nothing's started yet, as far as I know.
No, and there's a seat right here next to us.
Perfect. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
He sits down kind
That's
of
not your
sheepishly.
That's next to me. That's
I'm sorry. I can take a different seat.
No.
Do we know when he's up?
Do we have a schedule?
You've not been given any schedule. The people out here are not privy to that.
I guess I could ask. I mean, Gar's been using this all day.
Yeah, it's been quite annoying.
Mavis,
Yeah. What now?
Someone wants to know when you're gonna be on stage.
They did actually give me the.
They said you're last.
Yeah, I'm last. There's 3 before me, and it's starting in about
like an hour now at this point.
I'd say like a half hour. You're getting close.
It's starting in about a half hour. I don't know how long they go as individuals though, but I am last.
Okay, I'll let them know. Thanks.
Perfect.
That's weird. Okay.
Were you just talking into your hand?
Which is really weird.
Yes, I was. Apparently, we got these devices. That do that.
Is that from the new Jamble shop just down the
Yeah,
road?
it's just it was just a token of their appreciation because we helped them out, and it's rude to refuse something like that.
Well, I like to keep an open mind about these things. I was originally raised by dwarves. They dabble in magic a lot more than us gnomes, and I tend to hold a different opinion on it than most gnomes.
Yeah. Well, he said he was going to be the last one, and it's starting about a half an hour from now. So.
Wonderful. I suppose I'll just settle in then, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
You see him like just lean back and take out some notes. You can see an assortment of like sketches on paper that have a variety of dimensions and gnomish scrawl along the borders. He looks like a seasoned inventor.
I'm like looking to my left, looking to my right. I'm like, did I take out one of
mine? Does he look like hyper focused or kind of just like something to do?
Just something to do. He looks like he's just passing time.
Then I would just be like, oh, are those the ones you've been working on recently?
Yes, some of them. Some of them what all of you recovered just the other day, in fact. Some of my most prized ones. It's a lot of my ideas from over the years. I haven't been able to invent for quite a while. And it's been nice to... I don't know if you know, but Mavis offered his services to me. He was actually just here yesterday, helping me with one of them. It's quite a joy to see some of my designs come to life, even if it's not by me.
That's really amazing. I'm really happy for you. Hopefully you can continue to do this. you know?
I agree. I never thought that it would really come to this. I expected to have to sell all of my schematics, to be quite honest with you, and find some way to live a simpler life, but it's just not the type of gnome I am. In my heart, I'm an inventor.
And that's all you should be. You know, where there's a will, there's a way, so.
Precisely. You know, you're quite understanding for a human. Most humans, well, they just prefer to get our inventions after they're made, not really the process.
Well, I like to see what people are passionate about in life, even if I might not agree with all the sudden loud noises. But,
You get used to them after living here for a while. They sort of just become like crickets in the night, or hammers on a forge in my case, from growing up in Gildeath.
I don't know if I'll ever compare them to crickets, but
I suppose not,
yeah.
but nevertheless, ambiance. And you tend to get used to your ambiance, although I wouldn't blame you for not wanting to get used to this one.
Yeah. It's been an experience, though.
Yes, that's what most people call it, you know? It is, but I'd like to get out of here one day. I think I can see that happening with Mavis. I see a different future.
How long are we going to be
Sure.
here, May?
Maybe like an hour?
No,
Two?
sorry, I meant like, because I guess that's a conversation for everyone.
What?
Because Gar wants to go well, I meant here in Sprocketton, sorry, not here in the inventory.
I don't. Zeus, are you okay?
I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, so my head is very scattered brain. I'm sorry.
You know, it helps me to write my thoughts out whenever that happens to me as well.
Oh, I have, but I left a lot of it back in my back with my things.
Oh,
So I don't have it with me. I suppose I could write in this, but
very well.
As Joran just sort of like recenters himself and looks out.
Do you want to go back to the inn or something, or are you okay?
no,
being
I'm good. I'm just, like I said, kind of scattered brained.
Is it something you want to talk about?
Maybe later. Definitely not now.
Okay, then I'll stop pressing you on it. Maybe you should.
He
write
just
it
gets
down.
lost back in his thoughts.
Yeah.
Grabbing a pen. Here, a pen and paper. Just
He's
maybe
like, oh,
just get them out of your head.
Thanks. And then I'm gonna whisper to you exactly what he's gonna do, but he's gonna kind of sit cross-legged for a second, and he's just gonna like hold the pen in one hand on one knee and the paper on the other, and just stare back off to the distance.
Okay, sure. Mavis. Oh wait, were you doing
No,
something?
no, it was just kind of reacting to that.
I feel that. Okay, Mavis.
Yeah.
After about another half hour passes, you see this gnome that never introduced himself, did he?
He never said his name. No.
No. Where
And
is?
I didn't bother to ask.
Where are my notes? Haha, found it. You see him kind of step out into the middle of the floor here.
All right, everyone, gather around, gather around. For anybody that doesn't know,
my backpack on.
my name is Treybar Cobblehelm. I will be your, essentially, instructor for during the portion of this. If you have any questions, you direct them towards me. We will start with you.
As he points towards, where are you? Griffon Light Dust. Trey
Song, Google Hell.
Song Googleham. Actually, yes, almost. Gar got it mostly right.
No, he got it right.
Well, it's Tray, but yeah, doesn't matter.
Oh,
Yeah.
In the next few minutes, we will start with you, Griffon. Yurimop, after he's done, you'll go next. Brixif, we will follow up with you. And finally, Mavis, you will be last, as all of you have given me your different specifications for what you might need. If any of that changes, you have about a few minutes before your official beginning time in order to tell me, so that we can get things ready to go. Now, are you ready?
This a lot. It
And
won't change.
He gives you a nod of like, good to, like, thank God type of thing. Points over towards Griffon.
Are you ready?
And you see him kind of like brush up or like pick up these two boots.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. All right. Then in that case, we'll begin the inventory shortly. Thank you all for your participation.
As he turns around, and as each of the gnomes kind of spread off into different portions, prepping their inventions, we're going to take a bathroom break.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jesus.
We'll be back shortly, chat.
Die.
Stay tuned. Yeah, you're not wrong, Joel. All right, let's see. Give me a sec here. I realized I need to find a song before the players return. Let's just see here. Is it this one? Aha, found it. No. You heard nothing. This is exciting. Sky, I'm so glad you were able to make it here, man. It's been great having you here. Oh, man. The inventory events are difficult. Like, whenever I have to run in-game events, I have to keep track of, like, a lot of different stuff going on. So I'm, like, scatterbrained as hell right now. But I absolutely love it. It's been such a good session. Let's see here. Oh, it's already there. Well, all right then. Let's add this. Where to put this? So you know what? I'll put it here. And Gar's customer was just watching Gar wink at his ring. I thought of that same thing, Joel. I don't think any of them are that young. Just little kids, no babies yet. God, the fact that it always seems like Gar is like hitting on somebody, it just cracks me up. It's so funny. Okay, let's see. Is this good? Bop. I think we're good. I know he no be here, but hi, Nick. Hell yeah. Hi, Rob. How's it going, man? Okay, I've totally forgotten what this song sounds like, so we're going to run with it. Oh, I loved May trying to, like, hype up the three humans over Mavis's name. That's so good.
Oh, I got plans. I'm going to be watching this
shit.
crowd when
All
he's
right.
doing his thing.
All right.
I only lie for the betterment of others.
Ah, yes, of course. Wholesome lying, as it were.
Yeah, I wholesome lie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Has been a day, but just got done with a small New World session. Oh, nice.
Oh,
All right.
nice.
What do you think of New World so far, Rob? How's it going with that?
Mm.
Where?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my reaction.
R.I.P. New World.
Yeah.
They removed the ability to make new characters recently, just
Mhm.
because something was wrong. They weren't clear as to what it was, but they had to shut it down across all of their servers because it was breaking something.
So funny.
What the
that just
hell?
seems to be their first reaction whenever there's a bug, is just shut it down.
Shut it down.
I mean, that's my first
Enjoying it, fair.
reaction.
Yeah.
Stressed out, take a nap. Hungry, take a nap.
Fair.
World's ending, take a nap.
Gonna die anyway.
Yeah.
Might as well do
Get a head
both.
start. Yeah.
Might as well be proactive about it. Damn it, wait, was it this? Aha! I found it!
Oh my god.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
Oh my god. I hear
I
that.
believe that's Rachel and my stream baby.
Oh, that's right.
It is, that's right, yeah.
Speedrunning the
So-
apocalypse.
So
Amen.
good.
Speedrun.
There, is that good? Yeah, that'll work. Perfect.
Oh, Tina.
There we go.
Also, you're damn, Rachel. I didn't see that comment from earlier.
I know, right?
Oh my god, his ring.
Let me see. You know what? I want to see what it sounds like, but we're just gonna wait and see what it sounds like during. Oh, I have far too many notes. I actually have a lot more built for Sproggeton than I realized, which kind of sucks because it's spread out over everything.
Oh, I see.
You got notes scattered.
No, you.
That's the worst.
What's up?
Yeah.
How you doing, you sassy beast?
You gotta go through and
He's
clean
a
up your,
sassy beast.
He's a sassy
Well, is it scattered across Obsidian or is it scattered across
No,
multiple things? Okay,
It's scattered
then
across
that's fine.
Foundry. No, if it was
Ah,
Obsidian, at least I could search them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna recommend. Just going
Yeah.
through and searching stuff.
Something that so Rachel's actually being very determined about helping me with this now that she is outside of the campaign.
That's awesome.
I don't have anything written down for like 90% of the shit that I have planned for the campaign. It's just in my head, which is a bad
Yeah.
thing to do as a DM. So she's
Yeah,
going to try and help
write
me
it down.
finalize some of that stuff.
Get it in your Obsidian.
Yeah,
Make the connections. And see the lines.
I have to.
Oh,
So
my
that's
favorite part.
so
Sometimes
what?
I just watch the time lapse on Obsidian.
Ah,
Watch all the
yes.
lines connect.
Oh yeah.
That's so
Very
I started
satisfying.
working on. I actually started working on my home world.
Oh, nice. All right.
Nice.
That's coming along.
That's awesome.
There's currently 6 gods.
Okay.
All right.
Keep
Well,
it
And I
that
need to
way.
I
add a
appreciate
god-
you, Sky.
So
Don't do. I don't even know how many I have. 20 something.
I thought
Oh,
Something
20 or
ridiculous.
something like that. That's
Mhm.
crazy.
this is very little. I already see like 3 or 4 more layers coming from this.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
there's
That's
gonna
where it
be like
starts.
100 gods.
Yeah.
Oh lord.
That's a few.
I'm pulling from and I'm reading through the DMG to make sure that I'm like not going fully insane and pulling like some things from that and stuff.
Yeah.
But I had
It's a good way to do it.
a full-on idea of how the world was created, so I'm following that, and it starts
Nice.
I like that.
That's really
with 2
cool.
gods.
Ah,
That
perfect.
expand from there. So
Sweet. That's really cool. Welcome back, Neek.
I don't want to reel too much in case it ever actually happens.
Not
Or
welcome
I'll just
back,
be like,
Nick?
here you go, Josh. DM my world.
Damn my word.
This is what Gia said for me to run one shots and.
Well,
Um,
that's
yeah.
more for helping flesh out you and I.
Oh yes, Ian. I thank
Yeah.
you. Couldn't remember the name. Yes, which is. I still am down for that. I love running one shots, so they're kind of my thing.
You know, when I do it.
Fair.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm always down to do one shots.
Well, maybe we could do that during an off season.
Come up with another
see.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is fun to do because you can make them really quirky for one shots. You don't have to worry about maintaining that quirk
Well-
through the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
What I find really funny is there's the stereotype of people that always are like creating new characters all the time and have like a character sheet, tons of them. Of,
Yeah.
Like, looking at Gia, I feel like you're someone that would probably have tons of character sheets.
She has a
of
literal
characters.
character vault.
So, yeah. I don't. I just like making NPCs. I don't care about actually rolling like stats out for like their background stories and stuff because if I don't have a story to put them in, I can't think of a character.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I just come up with by rolling, 10 D20s and giving me a cow. Because I don't know how to build a backstory without having some knowledge of the world that I'm going to be in.
Fair.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I have a hard time making characters because of that.
I feel that. NPCs are kind of my rough point. I focus a lot more on the main story, which is coming along really well. I'm super happy with it.
It's awesome.
Thank you. But
I'm
anyways,
loving it.
Mavis.
Yeah.
As you
Before
see,
jump that, did you see what I whispered to you before we?
let me see.
Makes.
Yeah, no, it makes
but-
sense. I see
yeah.
what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah. Just so you have it in the back of your mind. Then you can-
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
I don't
Gar.
expect anything.
About 5 minutes would come by, or would pass by, before Laren would drop by your stand. You would explain to her that you want her to be like helping in some of this, trying to make customers intrigued at what you have to offer. She would accept.
Just figure her and I have ran shenanigans together, like little cons.
Shenanigans.
Like when we gathered all the intel.
Sorry, I have to just think of like order here. I think she would actually just drop by and say that she would like to, but she has something she has to take care of. She would ask you for the Midway Manor key, though. And she'd say she'd bring it back right after.
Okay.
Just that she has to
But
drop
remember,
something
you
off.
only have 20 minutes inside.
I remember. And she'd take the key. Before she leaves, she gives you just a warm smile. And you see her wander off. After about 5 minutes, Gar, you hear a voice start to come on over some sort of like sound enhancement that is making it be heard throughout the bolt. Where's this? I have no idea how this is gonna sound. So let's see what this song sounds like. As a bunch of just like different celebrations from people, fireworks that have been going off the majority of the time, music that has been pretty consistent throughout, all dialed down. You hear, and Zeos and May, and technically Joran, you all see now, there's a section of this outer ring where there are 3 seats set up that have this assortment of like forged metal and like all fastened together pieces of mishmash metallic scraps in order to make it look almost like, imagine the Iron Throne from Game of Thrones, where it looks like this mishmash of swords, but it's a variation of like gears, sheet metal, different things like that. Creating 3 different seats. As you see one gnome currently standing up in the center seat, this middle-aged, probably approaching more elderly gnome that speaks out with this sort of, it looks like a megaphone, but as he speaks, you can hear his voice not only coming from him, but also a variety of like circular contraptions laid throughout the bolt, almost creating this echo chamber as he speaks out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the biannual inventory.
And you hear like the crowd go into an uproar as everybody starts clapping and cheering.
This is, as most of you probably know, we hold this event twice a year in honor of the wonderful inventors in our midst. Not only will you all have the opportunity to demonstrate your abilities as an inventor, a tinkerer, and a creator, but based on your performance and how helpful your invention could be to the Spanners, you will be bestowed with an official title by the Welders and the recognition thereof. Let the demonstrations begin!
As suddenly the stage itself, walls raise all along the perimeter. And let's see what this is. Yes. You know what? We'll run with it. As you see an assortment of spanners currently standing at each entrance to this arena, also lining the different rows that create this seating along the edge. Every entrance to the bolt itself, you can see there is usually a pair of spanners that are just standing at attention, making sure everything is in order. You see a gnome come out, a young gnome, male, who begins walking up on stage as a crowd gives him a generous applause. And you see him be handed a similar device to what you can only assume are the Welders. You've heard of the Welders before, the leaders of Sprocketon, 3 gnomes, as they all take their seats and look out over the proceedings. And you see as he...
hello, everybody. My name is Wilbar Quill. Nope, that's one of the Welders. My name is...
I have my notes wrong. Where is it?
My name is Grafon Lightdust, and I present to you an invention of my own that I like to call the Stun Gloves. Now, I know the name is not that intimidating, but allow me to demonstrate. Good sir,
as he points over towards a spanner who makes his way on stage. And you can see, he is very official in the way that he walks with this sort of rusted sheet metal, but almost rusted more in terms of look, not efficiency. It's like a large cleaver in his hand that he holds at his side.
Now, I have made an arrangement with this spanner beforehand in order to demonstrate these gloves and their effectiveness. If you don't mind, good sir, I am Grafon Lightdust. Pleasure to meet you.
As he holds out his hand very ceremoniously. Of course, the spanner reaches out his hand, and I have to see something now. Okay. Okay. Wow. And finally. Okay. You see Grafon hold out a hand, and as it connects with this spanner, you can visibly see the spanner's body seize up as suddenly sparks of electricity fly off of the glove, and the crowd does exactly that, May. You can hear an assortment of people as suddenly the spanner falls down on the ground, and you can see him just sort of not convulsed or anything, just completely still.
Now, don't worry, it is non-lethal. This is the perfect invention for spanners to stop any ruckus they might be experiencing. Anything to be able to, in a non-combative way, bring peace to a situation. For that's why the spanners exist in the first place, right? To solve the conflict and to bring us back to a place of peace. Again, my name is Grafon. A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
As he takes a bow, and you can see May and Zeos and Gar, because you would have made your way here by this time. Anybody that's trying to gauge the crowd's response to this, you can make me insight checks if you want to.
I'm trying to gauge the spanner's response.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make me an insight check.
I'm on the crowd.
Yeah, all right. Zeos, anything in particular, or are you just doing your thing? With that? Okay.
Fucking hell.
Gar, are you okay, brother? You know what?
Dice gods are not for you.
It's
not tonight.
Dice set.
There you go. May, you can tell that the crowd seems pretty impressed. The invention seemed to go off without a hitch. It worked as it should, and nothing exploded. Also, Grafon's presentation seemed fairly confident, and they seemed to like him. As he takes a bow, he reaches his hand down to the spanner.
My apologies, no hard feelings, and thank you so much for being a wonderful ting,
as he flings a silver piece towards him.
Volunteer in my tests. Thank you, everybody.
As he walks off stage.
Wait a minute.
Sounds more like an insult.
And you can see Gar, the spanners seem interested. Mavis, a few minutes pass, and all of you can see as you're kind of looking out from behind the scenes as these proceedings are going on. And you see Grafon enter.
Well, I think I warmed him up well enough for all of you. Please, ear him up. The stage is yours.
As he walks over to his
You
stage.
bribed that man?
No, he was a volunteer.
You literally gave him money.
Yes,
after
as
you
a
did
thank you for his work. He
That might
volunteered
send the wrong
himself to get...
impression. You might want to change the way you present that.
Make me a persuasion check.
All right. Oh, I'm great at this. Oh, wow. Okay, let's go.
I actually have to roll. Shit. You see him.
Do you really think it looked like I bribed him?
I think some might get that idea, yes.
Traybar!
Just something to consider.
As he goes over to Traybar, you see Yurimop, this female gnome. I can't remember. I think I said that she had like dirty blonde hair, if I'm not mistaken. This female gnome with spectacles on, currently carrying a crossbow in hand.
All right. Well, that's all good to go. All right. I'm ready.
You see Traybar after finishing his conversation with him.
We'll get it taken care of. All right. Whenever you're ready, out you go.
As you see Yurimop walk out on stage, you hear the crowd once more go up in cheers as she makes her way towards the central staging area with crossbow in hand. You see her grab the little handheld device that's handed to her for her voice to be amplified.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yurimop Lucky Guard.
I'm a dragonborn.
Everyone stops and stares.
Got me wondering why you're here, not there.
Trying to get her just like rattled a bit so she's more nervous.
She didn't seem to hear you over the roar of the crowd.
Balls.
You see her.
What I have created is what I refer to as an auto-loading crossbow. You see, most of the time, many people, they spend so much time trying to manually reload a crossbow, your perpetrator could get away in such a time. And I know, for all of you spanners, time is of the essence, right? And so, I have presented a way to minimize that time as much as possible. If you please.
And she points towards like a section of the arena where 3 target dummies pop up. And I need to see. Holy shit. Way to go, Yurimop. Yeah. Seems like she didn't go with that one, Gar. You see as she quickly, as soon as she fires, a bolt loads itself in. And all 3 bolts, the middle, so there are like an assortment of 3 target dummies that pop up. The outer 2 she hits pretty well, but the middle one she perfectly hits right in the forehead. And you can see the crowd's response is like, ooh, ah, as these oohs and ahs start coming about and applause slowly raises. You can tell the spanners are kind of intrigued. And one last thing. You can see as she takes a bow.
Thank you. It's still a work in progress, but as you can see, highly effective, and I'm certain something that could be used not only for the wonderful spanners that protect our town, but for anybody else that might need this efficiency as well. Thank you.
And as she walks off stage, the crowd once again uproars in applause as she makes her way back.
That was nerve-wracking.
You can see as she like takes a deep breath, Mavis, as she sets her crossbow down.
There's a lot of them out there.
I look at Griffon and point at her.
See, she didn't bribe anyone. And no one thinks that she did.
You know, I'm in the process of fixing that. It might seem a certain...
You can see him like walk off stage now, or like out of the backstage area, as he's clearly flustered by realizing he might be perceived a certain way. And you see her.
Well, I believe that means Brixif and Mavis, right? Your name?
Yes.
You're on
Mavis.
afterwards.
And you can see her take a double take at the barrel on your back.
Oh, that's impressive.
I pat it and nod.
I don't know what to expect, but I'll be sure to watch.
As Brixif, Mabble-Habble.
Well, all right. Everything's fast.
He like pulls a leather strap tight as he has these, now you can see metallic boots on Mavis. Mixed in with bits of leather and obviously the wires that connect to these different cylindrical tubes.
All right.
Did those explode?
If all goes well, no. If all goes well.
And as he like brushes open this curtain and starts walking outside, you can see him again walk on stage. Same thing that's happened the last few times as the crowd goes into another applause. He's handed a device.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brixif Mabble-Habble, and I present to you what I am lovingly referring to simply as rocket boots. Now, have you ever been chasing a perpetrator, or perhaps somebody that just got out of your reach? Has it been somebody that perhaps went a different way that you weren't expecting, and if you just had that little bit more effort, a little bit more speed, you could have caught him? Well, I present to you the Rocket Boots by Brixif. If you please.
As he motions out to the center of the stage, you can see the crowd kind of goes a little bit silent as as another dummy like raises up just in front of him and begins following a track down the center of this thing. He runs towards it. Okay. And you can see I need to do this as well. Wow. Way to go, gnomes. You can see as I need to write this down. There we go. You can see as he's running, Mavis, there's a portion on the heel that sort of like fires in sequence with the bottom portion of this boot that doesn't provide upward momentum, but perfectly propels him forward. As he latches onto the back of this thing. Yeah, I got you. You're not getting away from me. As he like makes it super theatrical. As he falls off and slowly the dummy lowers back into the ground.
And see, I myself am not a fast runner. With the spanners behind these, anything can be possible. Thank you.
As he bows again, the crowd seems to be enjoying everything they've seen so far. And May, you can see, because you're gauging the crowd, a couple people that are disappointed there's been no explosions. It's almost like somebody going to a hockey game and no fight breaks out. Mavis. This entire time, for the most part, everybody has made their way off stage. And Trebar walks up next to you as he can tell you're like prepping. He's like,
first time.
Yeah. Yep. In front of an audience this large? Yes.
Don't worry about it. Trust me. These sort of inventions, they get people going. Whatever you make, it'll be something that could potentially be seen throughout most of these places. I've seen a wide variety in my years.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it'll blow their socks off.
Oh. Well, as long as you don't do it too literally, for the crowd at least, you're probably in a pretty good spot.
I'm quite experienced with this one in particular, so.
Well, got any questions for me before you go out there?
Nope.
Very well.
Good to go.
Then the stage is yours, my friend.
As he takes a step back, and you see... Mm-hmm.
As Mavis is walking out, though, I want to loud enough be like, oh, he's on, he's coming on. To make sure, like, to create some buzz so people start paying attention.
Sure. Okay. Make me a charisma check.
Oh, God. I'm scared.
When she starts doing that, can I start being like, "That's my mentor. That's him."
Sure. Okay. Make me a persuasion.
Just to kind of help her with her.
It's your call if you want to
Right.
make separate ones or if you want to help her.
I'll just help her.
Okay. Then you can roll with advantage. Oh shit.
Oh damn.
Okay. Zeos, are you snapping back to it at this point or still?
Back to reality.
I don't know, do I?
I mean, I'd say that with everything going on, yeah, you could.
I guess so.
Okay. I'd say that you hear the name Mavis Shems and you hear the crowd start to get a little bit of excitement in their eyes. Like, wait, some of them that have been hearing this name, others that have been like, wait, is this like a new inventor that I don't know of? I don't know. And you see probably everybody in your immediate vicinity and almost like a ripple effect spreading out. People begin to start taking notice of the stage. As Mavis, you make your way out onto the stage and you feel all eyes on you as you hear Wilbar, one of the welders. No, it wouldn't be him, actually. It would be somebody that's on stage that's been announcing every time, Mavis Shems! As you walk out, the crowd once again goes into an uproar. Everybody that's around you, May, seems a little bit more uproarious. Uproarious. That sounds different. Uproarious? Yeah, that's what I heard too. Anyways, and you see a spanner currently like standing out, gesturing for you to get up on stage as you walk up the couple steps that make
Sits the straps.
your way onto this very like cylindrical stage. Walls are currently raised. You see tons of like battle scars on the ground from different inventions. This thing has seen some shit, and it still keeps going. The floor itself almost contains like this gridded pattern on it where tons of different dummies could emerge from and travel to. And you see this gnome hand you a device that you've been seeing handed to each of them, as you can hold it up to your mouth to be able to speak louder.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
Whenever you're
Get
ready.
up there. Cinch.
Fellow gnomes, esteemed inventors, and everyone else, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mavis. Mavis Shems. Remember the name, you'll be hearing a lot of it. Now, fellow gnomes, wouldn't we all agree that though we may be one of the smallest of the races, we're by no means the lesser?
Yeah!
In brawn, we make up for with brains. Brain power. That's our strength.
And
A
you,
balance always seems to be struck between these.
sorry, go ahead. You're good.
I am gauging as I'm speaking.
So what you
But
notice
he's
is,
also kind of rattling through it because he is nervous.
yeah, you can see that you have the crowd's attention. Make me a charisma check, a persuasion check. Sorry,
Persuasion check. I'm on self.
with advantage because May and the rest of your group hype the crowd up.
Hell yeah. Ooh!
Nice.
All right.
You using
shit.
Flash of
I'm
Genius on
not.
that? Okay.
Nope.
Okay. In that
No.
case, 18, you have the crowd's attention. Everybody is listening, and as soon as you say, like, we make up for in brains, you can see a lot of them start applauding, like, damn straight. Looking over,
Hell
you
yeah.
can hear and see Joran, like, raise his hands, here.
Oh yeah.
As they wait for your next section. You're not wrong. Anyways, as they wait for your next section.
But I've never been a fan of balance, especially when in the throes of fierce combat. My mentor always told me, never enter into a fight where you're equally matched. Always make sure you got something they didn't expect. Well, he didn't say that to me exactly, he kind of more said it to himself, but I was in the room and I never forgot it. Nonetheless. So, being an inventor, I thought to myself one night, what is us gnomes' greatest weakness? And it hit me. In a dream, there I was, faced with this monstrosity in front of me, with naught but my cloth apparel adorning my small figure. I was fearsomely outmatched and realized no matter how much brain power we have, there's something that always balances the scales. Our size. And so, like any inventor worth his boom powder, I got to work. And I made something that, I believe, obliterates the scales. So, without further ado, the Backpat Barrel Bot. If you please, the target dummies.
As 2 raise up to your right, you said?
Yep,
And
3
3
to
to
my
your
right.
left?
3 to my left. One's like 10 feet away, and the other 2 are like 20 feet away.
Okay.
So,
And
then
as soon as they raise,
Next time someone thinks that they can pull one over on you because of your size, consider the use of one of these spanners.
toss the thing to the side and click the button on my chest.
as suddenly the BattleBot raises up in size, you can see it expand to the size of a normal person, probably 6 feet tall. May and Zeos, make me perception checks. You do hear the crowd currently entranced.
Let's go.
1 second. Yeah, fair. Okay. So, as it finishes its preparation, you can see as it everything like lights up as all of the circuitry and different magical runes come to life.
Also, I did leave the scar from the rock.
Okay.
On it, so
Okay.
It does have that.
Nice.
Thing creeping across it.
That's awesome. And you can hear the crowd in an assortment of as they are just intrigued by what you're showing them right now. And the spanners in particular are like watching you like a hawk.
Perfect. That's what I was hoping for. And then on the right side, flamethrower on the 2 that are on that side.
Mm-hmm.
And simultaneously, while I'm blasting those ones to the one that's closer to me to my left, I grapple hook it
Okay.
and pull it to me. So
Make
I don't know if I
me-
need to roll for that.
They cannot dodge.
Okay.
Well, actually, They technically could,
Okay.
but not with that they can't. So roll me the fire damage.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, actually open up the bot again. Whoops. Whoopsie. I don't want to place a measure template.
Ah.
A portion of the forest is now.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Holy
wow.
shit.
So I can roll good here.
Oh my god.
Every time I do it in combat, it's ass cheeks.
Damn, that was good. Okay. And then what did we do for your grapple? Did we have that written down?
It's an attack that I
Okay.
make.
That hits.
Okay.
That
perfect.
hits.
And then if I hit the attack, I pull them, and then they can save against it afterwards.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. With
blasting
that.
those two, pulling that one. Go ahead.
And there's 2 more on your left still, right?
There's 2 more on my left.
Okay.
And because this is sort of like thematic combat,
Yeah.
there's something I'll do that.
Yep. That's
combo,
fine.
But, yeah.
As you put your right arm out, you twist it so that the right attachment is showing. A torrent of flame just absolutely decimates these 2 dummies. You can see portions of them actually like fall over as the bases of them just retreat into the ground. And the other one to your side, the grapple hook aims true, or this grappling hand and like blitzcrank pulls it back towards you as it currently is just sitting in front of you with it currently grappled.
I point it towards the other 2, and using the throw that I just made now, it like spring-loaded, launches it 15 feet, and I force blast it while it's in the air towards the other 2 to knock it into them.
Make
like a
me
bowling pin.
an attack roll for force blast and an
All right.
athletics check with advantage.
Thank you. So that's the attack for
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Okay. Good damage. Holy shit.
That is you are rolling
and
really well on
then-
damage.
And you said what for the other one? I'm sorry.
Athletics with advantage.
Athletics. Thank
Yep.
you. Oh, thank God. Thank
My
God.
guy.
That +2 though.
Okay. As you see the arm compress on Mavis's battlebot as suddenly it launches outward, and at the last second, this force bolt just absolutely slams into it, launching it at a speed that just looks like it decimates these other 2 target dummies as a splattering of stone and metal just lay scattered across the floor, and you see the last 2 retreat into the ground as the crowd is absolutely just like fascinated. You can see some of them standing up on their feet as they're trying to get a better look at everything that's going on. Oh yeah, you included. You can see Joran as well joining in.
I stand ready for the next one that's going to pop up, which would be directly in front of me.
Mm-hmm. So as you turn, this one final one that's a bit larger, you can see it has this like expulsion of steam as it
I would
rushes towards
before
you.
It hits me. Tap again a button that's on the chest, and you'd kind of see like a little coloration around the exterior of the bot. And on the feet, if you were paying attention, you'd see little spokes shoot out and dig in to the floor.
As like digging into this stone and metallic floor, suddenly the spikes ram in, and this is going to try and bowl you over.
Yes.
So roll me a strength saving throw with advantage.
All right. Come on, baby. Oh, God almighty.
That's with advantage?
No.
With
you're
advantage,
wrong.
you
I'm
goof.
Yeah,
advantage.
you got advantage, brother.
Thank you. That's a lot better.
That's more like.
Thank God.
You
I
can
was like, I
feel.
can make that an 11.
You can feel as this thing collides with you. It deals. Roll your barrier for me.
Oh, yes.
Okay. The damage that it deals does manage to just like cause your barrier to break, but it's super obvious in the demonstration of it that it took the brunt of the hit. 2 points of damage roll over to your battlebot. And you feel yourself get knocked backwards as at the last second the spikes root you firmly in place. You
I
can
then
feel
lurch
like,
forward,
yep,
grab it, and do shocking grasp.
nice.
through the-
Okay, roll me that attack roll.
All right.
Yeah, that'll hit. Roll damage.
All right.
I love this so much. Okay, so as you reach your hands across it, as you can hear from the stands this like shocking sound as it washes over this thing, as just smoke slowly rises from it, and you can see
I'd
it.
like to throw it to the side if possible.
You can.
Okay,
And-
perfect. And then I'll eject out of my bot and grapple myself back to the stage.
Yep. Make me a attack roll with your grapple for that, and then an acrobatics
Alright.
check.
Do I have my? I don't think we ever set up my grapple as a. Oh, wait, you did.
It would be
It's
the
an
equivalent
item.
of a dexterity check with proficiency. A ranged attack. So you can use any
Ah,
range that
here
you
it
have.
is.
Nice.
Well, it doesn't actually have anything attached to it. I'll do that later.
We'll fix that
dexterity
later.
with
Dexterity and add your proficiency.
So okay, 19.
19. Okay. And then make me an acrobatics check.
All right.
Okay.
I will flash a genius that.
Okay. Then in that case, as you set this thing down to the side, you see the crowd holds their breath as you hit the center portion of this barrel. The top pops open and you launch out your grapple hook, pull yourself down just to the base in front of this, and land on both your feet in a sort of three-point style on the ground.
And bow.
As the crowd goes absolutely wild, make me one final persuasion check with advantage for this.
All right. All right. Ooh, I will flash a genius it. So
That's
it's at
okay.
least
The
14,
DC was
but-
incredibly low because of how well everything else went.
All right.
The crowd looks incredibly impressed, and the spanners, a couple of them off to the side, are even like clapping and paying
Perfect.
attention to your battle bot. After about 30 seconds, shrinks back down to the size of a barrel,
Strap it back on. Cinch it up.
and you can see the
For your
same announcer
consideration.
person like pick up the thing off the ground, brush it off with this look of like bewilderment on his face, like, and hand it over to you.
For the spanners and investors' consideration, the Barrel Battle Bot.
And a hand.
As the crowd is like incredibly impressed, you walk your way off stage, triumphant, and you realize that it's done. The
Yep.
inventory, and not only that, nothing broke down. It went.
I rolled off screen, self roll to myself to see if he would be too nervous, and I just met the DC that I made in
Yeah.
my mind. It was a 12.
It was
perfect.
perfect. You didn't. That's true.
Marcus, all right.
It's true. It is
Fine.
technically the Marvis. As you make your way backstage, you see the other gnomes have kind of wandered off to different portions, although you can see them off to the side as they were watching. Currently, the only one in here is Treybar, as he also is giving you a little bit of applause.
That is quite possibly one of the most impressive inventions I've seen over the last 5 years here in the inventory. How do you
Why, thank you.
manage
Saving
to?
the best for last.
Yes, indeed. Apparently. Wow, I've been doing this for quite some time. It's impressive. You made that yourself.
I did, yes. I've been inventing since I was 4 years old, so it's been my entire life.
4 years old. Well, natural born then. You know what? Give me a few minutes to tally everything up, and I'll get you your papers, and if all goes according to plan, you could receive one of the higher titles this year.
That would be marvelous.
Yes, I do believe it would. Well, I'll be back shortly.
As you see him wander off, and you find yourself alone in this room. Alone in this room, kind of catching your breath.
Mm-hmm.
As everything kind of
did it.
quiets down, you hear zzzz as the walls out on the main stage lower.
They know my name. People know my name.
I'll even go so far as to say, because of the rolls, you heard a couple of them trying to start a crowd-wide chant, although it didn't
Let's
take.
go.
Oh yeah, you would have seen May and Zeus and Gar joining in on that. May, you can tell. You hear Joran off to the side, just like taking notes, as he looks out.
Marvelous. Could we go talk with him?
I don't know if we can go backstage, but we can ask.
Yes, I would very much so, if that's all right.
As I walk him, does it look like Zeus and Gar are getting up?
Good question. Zeus, you definitely are here. Like you saw the whole shebang.
I would guess. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna. If that was it, I'm going with, I guess.
And was I just locking up the booth, or did I take everything with how?
Everything would have been locked up, so you don't have to worry about anything being stolen. And actually, I will say that as you get ready to start heading out, you see the 3 welders walk out on stage. And
I'll wait to hear what they say then. I'll let them.
As the one that kind of seems to be the spokesperson for them, first of all, a few minutes pass Mavis for you, and eventually all 4 gnomes are reunited here. As the Treybar, as he hands out papers to each of you.
Here you go. There's that one, and this one, that one, and for you.
And he hands you Mavis one. And you see at the top, there are 4 titles.
Okay.
There is Aspiring Inventor, is the first one. Inventor is the second one. Innovator is the third one. And Pioneer is the 4th one. And currently, you're labeled as an innovator.
Let's go.
Yeah,
I'll take it. I'll take it.
And you can see, just glancing over at the other ones,
Oh yeah, I'd peep all the sheets.
Yeah. Peep all that sheet. You'd see that Urimop got...
Oh,
May's
Whatever.
throwing hands in the crowd, apparently.
get out of my way! I gotta go see my friend.
It's like, yeah, we can go down and see Mavis.
Get these welders out of the way.
He's out there playing whack-a-gnome trying to get the
Whack-a-gnome. Oh my god. That's amazing. You see that it looks like Urimop got Aspiring Inventor.
Nice.
It seems like Brixif and Grafon got Inventor.
All right.
Nobody else got Innovator.
I hold my head a little bit higher, but don't gloat about it. I just keep my sheet to myself.
Okay. You see also Urimop kind of glance over at yours. And she, as she kind of, you can tell she saw which one yours was labeled as. She
Yeah.
gives you a smile like,
Nice. It's well done.
Thank you.
you can see the other 2 inventors just completely indulged right now in their own sheets, looking everything over.
All right, everybody. Follow me.
As Treybar speaks out and leads you all out to the center stage. You all hear Wilbar Quilcrag, the spokesperson for the welders, speak out.
Everybody, thank you so much for attending our 467th biannual inventory. We appreciate you taking the time out of your days to witness these wonderful innovators, inventors, and pioneers in action. As per usual tradition, we have bestowed each of them with a particular title based on how well your work was received, how well it might be used by other spanners, and how well your presentation was. The fact that nobody's exploded or broke down, I think is pretty impressive, don't all of you?
As the crowd goes wild again. As he grabs the hand of Grafon and holds him out.
Grafon Light Dust, labeled an inventor. A very innovative design with his stun gloves and something that the spanners might very well use in the future. Thank you, Grafon.
As he hands him this bronze medal. And an official, you can see like this piece of paper that's rolled up that has like the title on the scroll of it. And he shakes his hand, and Grafon walks just off stage to where some other receptionists are waiting for him. You see him then hold up Urimop's hand.
Urimop, Lucky Guard, with the auto-loading crossbow, an aspiring innovator. A wonderful concept, but will still need some work for us as well. You've done a wonderful job, though, and it is deserving of a title.
As the crowd again starts cheering for her, she has a humble smile on her face and seems glad to have taken anything as she walks off as well.
Bricks of Mabble with his rocket boots, which if working properly would serve to make most chases end before they begin at this rate. We bestowed him with the title of Inventor.
As everybody once again cheers, and he hands him his piece of paper. He walks off stage, and a bronze medal. He would have handed it looks like a iron medal to Urimap.
And finally, last but certainly not least, Mavis Shems.
As he takes your hand.
With his marvelous barrel battle bot, which, apart from having tremendous combat ability, boasts some of the most intriguing inventions I have ever seen to be able to grow to such a size. You, good sir, have been bestowed the title of Innovator.
And he hands you a piece of paper with a silver medal as well on it, and you can see across the top of it, Mavis Shems, Innovator of the inventory.
Go.
Next year, gold.
Thank you, sir. As the crowd goes wild and you're escorted off stage, you can see May and Zeos as Joran. There are so many names to keep track of.
Yeah.
As Joran leans over.
All right, now can we go talk to him?
Let's go.
Perfect.
As you make your way off, you see an assortment of people from the crowd, like, saying, "Hi, Mavis Shems." You can hear your name, almost like several people saying it,
Let's
Mavis,
go.
to where
It's overwhelming.
a little bit overwhelming, but they know your name. And after a couple minutes pass, you see the rest of your party regroup with you, with Joran kind of like hastily leading at the front. It's like, he takes your hand,
Mavis Shems.
obviously with his
Go
one
ahead.
hand still like,
Yeah,
yeah.
I figured so. Yeah, I'm kind of like stunned a little bit in my eyes, but
You did it. You did it. That was
I did it. Yeah,
incredible. We all were watching in awe and wonder.
I heard the chants and thank you. Well,
I have some questions for you, Mavis. I'm very curious as to how you did what you did. Could we perhaps speak?
absolutely. Yeah.
Perfect. You all are welcome to join us if you want, but of course, if you wish to see some of the rest of what the inventory has to offer, by all means.
I'm good, really.
Good wares to sell.
Of course. Well, I hear those don't open up for a little while. If I'm not mistaken, it allows people to kind of introduce themselves to everything. It should be about 20 minutes. Of course, if you want to go, no obligation, but you have some time. And you, Zeus.
I will join everyone else. I guess.
Wonderful. Please follow me.
He starts leading you down
A dark alley.
Yes, and says the Mayor Valdi send their regards.
Asinor.
Imagine
He's been in disguise.
this whole time. Where is?
Turns out Josh is the one that's in the mafia this whole time.
Anyways, he takes you back down the streets, which are filled with people currently. What different music? Back to Sprockleton music for now.
All right.
You see as he leads you down the streets back to his workshop. He opens the door, makes his way inside, gestures for all of you to come in, and immediately begins fumbling back behind his desk for something. You can see him just moving stuff aside rapidly as he retrieves something wrapped in cloth.
While
And
he's back there, I just pointed the piece of paper to Gar. I'm like,
Innovator. It says it right there.
That's impressive. But it wasn't top honors, was it?
Well,
Next
nothing's ever
time-
perfect.
You and me work together, come up with something better.
Perhaps.
It'd be hard to do though. That your invention is quite good.
Here we go.
as he sets down a bunch of variety of papers from worn parchment to more recent, it looks like it's not paper that's very old. Wow, my English is getting better as the night goes on. And
like
some sort of object, probably 2 feet long, wrapped in a sort of burlap cloth,
Okay.
and sets it down on the table.
Please. Mavis Shems.
Uh-huh.
I am quite the inventor. I have invented many things throughout my life and done schematics that have never seen the light of
Schematics were
day.
quite impressive. The ones that I saw.
But none of them could ever cause an object to enlarge in size like yours did.
Uh-huh.
And I saw that the outside, that it glowed.
It did a bit, yes.
He, like, gestures for your hand.
If I may.
The one with the gauntlet?
Yeah.
Or, well, obviously they both have them.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
the gauntleted. And he's sort of, and you said there are runes on your gauntlet, right?
They are.
Yeah. He takes it and like puts down these glasses on his eyes just to look closer.
I didn't see these before. Mavis Shems, do you by chance utilize magic with your inventions?
Oh boy. I don't fully know the answer to that question anymore, if I'm being completely honest with you. I never thought so. I don't think so. But I also can't explain why certain things that I do work the way that they do. They just do.
You,
And he points over towards you, Zeos.
you are clearly a wizard or spellcaster of some sort, yes? Are these not arcane runes?
Oh yeah, he definitely uses magic.
Mavis Shems, you don't understand. This is a wonder. You have found a way to perfectly combine the aspects of a tinkerer's mastery with a magic wielder's sorcery. I have heard tales of this. I have done research. I have heard whispers of people that have tried to do this in the past. Even people that have attempted but never been able to succeed. They call them an artificer. Mavis Shems, I've never seen one in my life, nor have I ever heard of anybody that is actually one. But
So you're saying they're not mechanical marvels, they're magical.
they are equally both, my friend. Without the mechanical side of your mind, they would not come to fruition. Without the magical side, they would not be given the supernatural ability that they do. You are a wonder. And I believe, quite possibly, the first artificer that Ador has seen.
Allow me a little bit to just kind of chew on all this. If that's all right.
Of course, I'm sorry. I mean not to overwhelm you. You've done a wonderful thing.
What's in the burlap sack there?
Well, if you would like to speak more of it, I can, but I have a proposition for you that I'd like to run by you.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'll hear the proposition, of course, yeah.
Okay.
I have done, and he spreads out like papers with a bunch of personal notes. You can see a few specs actually where he seems to have mimicked like what he thinks an artificer's work would be like in terms of this mixture of mechanical and magical. And you can see him like in Gnomish for the most part, all the notes.
I have done much research, especially in my last 2 years since losing the mobility of my hand, to try and discover what the world may not know, what has been sought after for so long. I have become particularly fascinated with the topic of an artificer and how they are a marriage of the two aspects, the mechanical and the magical. And until recently, I thought that perhaps it is something that was nothing more than a pipe dream, as they put it. And I do not know if it ever has been achieved. But what I do know is that I've never seen anything like what you've done before. And here's my proposition.
As he brushes the papers aside.
I'm assuming you know of the tales of the city of Besmeden?
Yes, the city full of tinkerers.
Precisely. The world's best tinkerers
Mm-hmm.
that
Yes,
Ador
of
has
course.
ever seen. Now, tinkerers...
As is the long-standing feud.
And you see him like go up to say something against it, and then
I suppose we will not really know for sure. Though, perhaps.
you see him like
If it
reluctantly
exists,
say,
I plan to visit it. If
Oh,
it's a
I
myth,
as well.
then I prefer to think that it's tinkerers that live there.
I do believe it is much more than a myth, my friend. I, as I said, have invested my mind into research. Now, many people have theorized that perhaps Besmeden was down towards Gildeath, especially the dwarves. They would tell you that the Kroska Canyons are the ones that have swallowed up Besmeden. For I've heard tales before that it's said that the earth swallowed it up. But I don't believe this is so. I don't believe that's where it is. No evidence has ever been found. However,
And he unfurls this burlap cloth as you see a hand, an arm that looks like it's severed at the elbow, completely mechanical. Like perfect forming of metal, almost like it's meant to move just as an arm should, but it is purely metallic and mechanical.
there are scavengers that venture out into the Turanite Desert. They find all sorts of things. The secrets of the Turanite Desert are many. And we're still discovering more and more every day. I make regular trips, used to be regular, up to the city of Nidon, and during my last time there's one group of scavengers that just recently came back from an expedition, and they found this. There is no chance that anybody even remotely that exists now could have invented this. This has to be the work of Besmeden.
Go ahead and make me an...
schematics?
No, this is an actual arm.
Oh, he rolled out an actual arm.
This is an actual arm.
That's why I was like, excuse me?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was drawings at first, but no. Okay.
Nope.
Do I recognize anything like that?
Make me a history
I've
check.
seen a lot of shit. So.
You have. Make me an investigation check, Mavis.
All right.
I would just ask him what the name of these scavengers.
Why?
Oh no,
can never roll
Sales.
History curse.
I am.
I'll get to you in 1 second because it's. I have it here. Where the hell did it go?
I'm re-rolling my history check.
Sure.
All right. That's a lot better.
Oh, nice. Okay.
It's the curse of being proficient in something. You always roll really terrible on the
You
things.
should
fact.
see our off-stream history rolls. Like, I asked Josh so many questions, like history roll, and it's always below
It's
a 10.
terrible.
It's always below a 10. That's why
Um,
Zeus actually doesn't know that much because I roll so bad on history checks.
so, there it is. Found it. What were you saying you were going to ask him, May?
Does this group of scavengers have a name?
Oh, yes, they do. They actually have a sort of reclaimed shop in Sprocketon where they tend to sell some of their more interesting finds known as sandy scraps.
May, you can make me a history check.
Thank you. You know where I was going with this.
Yeah, I do.
It's not what I'm good at, though.
Okay. Missed an opportunity there. You don't recognize the name.
Okay.
But then again, obviously Nidon is an ever-changing city.
Okay.
So, yeah, you don't know how recent it is. Mavis, what were you checking for in particular with it?
I was just studying its construction and if there's any runes on it as well, like there are on mine. Which
Okay.
I always thought were just like electrical pathways.
Right. Let's see. Its construction, it doesn't appear to be steel. This is some sort of alloy of metal that you're not familiar with.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is very, like, the metal itself isn't flexible, but with how fine it is and still how sturdy, it's meant to almost bend like an arm should in any direction, and still maintain its strength and stability. You do not spot any arcane runes on it.
Do you have more scraps like this, or is this the only one?
No, I had to purchase this one from them for... It cost me about 25 gold pieces for it, and obviously it doesn't do anything, but it's the closest evidence I've ever found to there being a truth to Besmeden.
Would you be willing to part with it for an equal price?
I have a better proposition.
Okay.
Allow me to take you there. Mavis Shems, if you are the first artificer that Ador has seen, imagine what you could do if we were to discover the city of Besmeden. If you had access to what they had learned.
I would certainly get a lot of notoriety, that's for sure.
More than that, you could launch Ador into a new age. Your name could become renowned
The third age.
throughout history.
By Mavis Shems.
No longer.
What do
Mavis
I know?
Shems the innovator, Mavis
Josh?
Shems the renowned.
You don't recognize this at all.
Oh,
Nope.
not at all.
Not with the
Nothing
20.
like it.
Nope.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So you said you
I would have
know where
needed a
the-
26 apparently.
you know where these scavengers are located.
Oh
That's
yes,
what
they
I
have
mean.
a shop over in Nidon. They'd recognize me. I suppose we could go
We
visit
had
them
plans
and
to go there anyway.
then
Someone
it's perfect.
soon.
Allow me to travel with you. I could perhaps arrange in some way for us to meet with them and learn from where they found this stuff. Perhaps it would lead us to where the city itself truly is.
This actually,
Ah,
that's
It's a
actually
mystery
probably
that
a
I would
really
love to
good
unravel.
idea. For
Um,
another reason.
I should mention that I have to find my note on this. Where'd it go? Found it. These scavengers, they are not in town for very long. I know that they leave on, whenever they're gone for months at a time, and they leave on every full moon, the first full moon of the month, which, if I'm not mistaken, is approximately, just under 4 weeks away.
Hold on, I need to make sure I'm doing the math right on this.
so 8 weeks, okay.
I don't say.
Two,
I
yeah.
say to myself in my mind.
2, 1, 2, 3, 17,
Which moons are you using?
18, 19.
Which moons are we using?
Actually, he would correct.
What a mood.
he would correct himself. Just under 3 weeks away. 20 days from now. By my calculations, it's about a 2.5 week.
Wait, what?
I just said I feel like I would have corrected him.
Yeah, right.
By my calculations, it's just under a 2.5 week journey to the city of Nidon by cart.
So we're on a time crunch yet again. Well,
You would have a
Sturgis,
few
you
days
could
to
live-
spare. You would have a few days to
Well,
spare.
actually,
Actually, we.
that's
more
if
than a few days.
we take that route. We
What
did want to go
route?
to Port Galen.
Well, if we were.
Oh,
to
wait,
go
no,
to
that's not
Port
gonna work.
Dalen,
Never
we'd
mind.
have to go back to Harmony and take a ferry, or
Oh,
go to
risk seeing
Nidon.
Oliver again?
Well, I had a different idea, but if he's coming with, that won't work.
Oh.
Oh.
right.
So, yeah, going to Credina, then Nidon, probably? Well, we don't have to stop in Credina, but if we head straight to Nidon,
mean,
that should take us...
kind of wanna-
Actually, we could stop in Credina if we have 3 weeks.
We have a couple days to spare. We could probably stop in Credina.
Whatever route you choose, so long as we would be able to make it in time.
I've considered your proposition, and I accept. So long as all my party members also agreed that you may travel
Yes.
with us.
I
Lost cities? Are you crazy?
yes, this is something
I
that I've
figured
been
so,
wanting
yes.
to do for a while. I raised one issue. He doesn't know about the mansion, and he can't get in.
I know. Well, consider
That's
that.
fine.
We need him.
Okay, I'm good.
We should
Very
we
well.
should leave
also
today.
get Laren's opinion.
There's nothing else I have to do here.
I
Wait,
mean-
didn't you have a gnome party you were throwing? Like a loose brew or something?
No. Nope.
Oh, also, did you sell any of my inventions or just?
I gotta get back there. I've got 5 minutes before they reopen.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, of course. My apologies.
Did
I
you even help with that guy?
What?
You were asking Laren's help a lot.
No, I was I?
Yeah.
Over the ring, you were kind of frantic
mean,
about it.
Wait, you could all hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
a little bit.
It's very disturbing.
This was the first time I've used Ring. I didn't know.
I
No.
can help if you want.
It's all settled. I have one offer on a ladder and potentially more offers.
Oh, how much for the ladder?
7 gold.
Ooh, they actually potted at that. All right, perfect. That's a good profit.
So,
Wait, you sold the ladder?
well, she said she'd come back
I
around.
promise you. Buyer.
Okay. Okay.
Well, on that note, we can always just go back to the inn. And I just look at Seos as I say that.
Sure.
Brown chicken, brown chicken.
He wanted to talk!
Oh yeah, I did. I forgot.
No, damn, man.
All I'm saying is, we can always
What did
just
I
go
want
back
to talk
the
about?
inn.
I don't remember.
Oh, Zeus.
You went under the guise of my protege, yes, Gar?
Yes, you are my mentor. I mean, it's not the guys. You are my mentor.
True. But you claim as though you invented some of them.
I claim that I invented them, yes.
Then I will accompany you for the latter half of this.
Good, actually. I'd be glad to have your company, because I needed to talk to you about some things anyways.
Okay.
Well, when do we leave?
Tomorrow.
So,
Tonight?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Oh no, please not tonight. I need some time to get some things together.
I figured tomorrow. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
You're
why
going to
not?
need to help getting things. Do you need a hand? I didn't want to say
Oh
that,
no, don't worry. I hear the full gamut. No, I'll be fine. I don't have very
Something You
much.
guys could work on while we travel.
What was
I
it?
suppose.
I said
I've
that's
never,
something you guys could work on while we travel.
I've never had anyone try.
I'm sure we could come up with something.
What
Perhaps.
if we attached this thing to? Like, what if we cut off?
No,
the
no,
little
no.
thing?
I
No.
don't believe that the
This is
anatomy would
this
be
is technology
compatible
I've
with
never
my.
seen before. I wouldn't want to risk it,
I don't know.
Neither
I
would.
did
Actually, yeah. Does
see-
it look like a
but it is
human arm?
an interesting time.
I'm gonna have to find an accurate pic. Actually, let me look while
Yeah,
you're
is it
talking.
human sized?
It looks.
Sized?
Oh, sorry. It does
Big
look
old human
human
arm.
sized.
Okay.
Like the size of an average person.
Not a gnome. arm.
Like
So
it's
you-
and it's not just like solid metal. Like the metal itself is actually shaped and
extra long arm.
contoured. Yeah, right.
And all that.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
actually shaped and
yeah.
contoured to look like an arm.
That's super
Like,
cool.
Oh,
not to
so
f-
it's not just like metal.
No,
bar.
this
Right.
looks like high tech.
It looked like a man.
It looks
Alien.
like a man. Yeah, I'll see if I can find a specific picture, but it looks like it's not meant to be fitted over a hand. It looks like a hand.
Reputable. I
Yes.
did see at one of the booths someone selling an arm. Do you have any function in that hand?
Not.
Like, can you squeeze the trigger?
No, not in my fingers. They're locked up
Okay.
like this permanently.
All right. Well, never mind.
I appreciate the suggestion. But you know what?
Oh.
Perhaps it won't matter. This does not affect my mind, and my mind might be able to help lead you,
As he points towards you, Mavis, initially.
and all of you,
Brain.
to the city of Besmeden.
Maybe there's an answer there.
If it's anywhere, it shall be there. That I must be certain.
Answers only bring more questions, but yes. Slightly
That's a
depressed.
very pessimistic thing to
Yeah,
say.
I just look at him and I'm like, is that what we're talking about?
Are you okay?
Whereas it's true, it's very pessimistic.
Well,
Well,
Mavis Shems, consider this an innovative day, a historical day, as the day that began the
I
journey
shall.
to rediscover the city of Besmeden and why it
Peter,
became
that was
lost,
Mark Innovator.
and the day that you began your journey towards Pioneer or Greater.
Indeed.
Allow me to get some things ready.
As he wanders off back into his shop, leaving you all to do whatever you will.
Apparently, we're going back to the bar.
Enjoy your talk.
You too?
We're gonna be peddling wares. Not.
What?
Okay, yep, bye-bye.
Go
Goodbye.
sell stuff. Go make money.
Have fun.
Bye.
Bye. This
So
party splits more than any party in the history of
I
D&D.
know.
We're in a city.
Fast
Relax.
and
Come on.
Poor Gimbal split so far last night. And the rest of the party.
So it looks like this. I'll put. Doesn't look like that. 1 second.
Looks like nothing.
This.
I will say one thing. As we're walking back to what was it, Lilliscray?
Yeah.
If I hear anyone say Mavis's name, I'm just gonna point them in the direction of the booth.
Hey.
Okay.
Be like, oh, I
Um,
saw him over there.
Make me a perception check for listening for that.
Watch, this is where I'm gonna fail.
Because Gar is
No,
genuinely.
it's not
Oh, good shit.
Rip.
It's at least past 10.
1 sec.
It's
I'm
double
doing
digits.
It's
This
about
is
one
the-
past the quarter till 11.
Let me do it this way.
It's past.
I put it in our
With the way
chat
the
there.
sun is and stuff.
That's pretty much what the hand looks like.
Oh, that's sick.
Oh, bet.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That's
what I was
awesome.
kind of
That's some
picturing.
iRobot
PH.
stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
It's
picturing
like iRobot.
Exactly.
That's
That's awesome.
Oh, here's a good example. I'll link both of these in chat as well. Bob,
No.
downloads can't be. I don't care. Download it.
I don't
What?
care.
Why is it? Hello?
Joel.
I don't know why, but while I was searching for a GIF, I got this.
Yeah, that's exactly what Jordan would look like with that arm attack.
Yeah, like that as well, just a different angle.
Gotcha. That's cool.
Copy link.
Chat, there you go.
Oh, did you post it in
Oh, yeah, I did.
chat? Okay.
Okay, so with an 11, you hear a couple people, but amidst the flow of people, it's only a couple that you manage to catch. You direct them towards a booth, and you see that like this group of younger children who are all like fascinated by the display they just saw. As you point out the booth, they're like, "Well, come on!" As they rush towards it, and a couple, oh yeah, and a couple older people that look like they genuinely might be interested. And by older, I mean older than the kids. They're an adult. Wow, brain. As they also make their way towards the stands. The two of you. Let's start with Mavis and Gar.
All right.
As you make your way back towards the stands, just as everything's starting to open up a little bit again. Currently, it seems like people are still filtering out of the different events, and not a whole lot of people are currently at the stands yet, leaving just the two of you and the variety of other daily living inventors to still set up some stuff.
I'll merely answer any questions you or they might have about its construction. I'll let you do all the selling.
Perfect. Do you know of a chemical compound that could purify any liquid and turn it into potable water?
Chemical compounds aren't really my thing, other than ones that go boom.
What about a chemical compound that creates heat?
Technically, boom powder does when it's comes across an ignition point.
Any others that?
Could I do? I've never been out of Sunset. I figure I probably don't
For the
know,
one that
but
purifies alcohol, you probably wouldn't, but make me one for the heat. Go ahead and make
What
a
is it
history
that
check. Sorry. Yeah.
So I know it.
Yeah,
Very
no,
well.
you actually
Yeah.
made it.
Yes,
no.
I did.
No, you have no
It's
idea.
called fire.
Innovative.
No, I've never heard of either of these. Why do you ask?
Well, just because they were used in a couple of other inventions that were being sold.
Oh,
One by
really?
Mr. Tiddlywinks.
Oh,
Tiddlywink? Was that his
Tiddlywink
name?
is actually here.
Yes, yeah, he
Why
made
don't
them
you
up.
say hi to him?
It's very similar in design to yours. However, it purifies liquids,
Completely different function.
turns them into potable water.
I see you got
The right invention on here. As you turn around and you see the receptionist from before, Gar, as he's looking towards the mug.
no more of those exploding toys, I assume.
What's wrong
Oh, I
with these
have
floating
them.
toys?
I'm just not selling them.
Exploding toys don't belong in the daily living portion. That's what they.
That is fair.
And he made me understand that very well.
I compensated you.
Yes, you did. But part of my eyebrow has not grown back.
As you see just like a
That-
small portion in the corner.
Maybe you have alopecia.
I-
And it's just now setting in.
Developed by the toy. Intriguing, isn't it?
It looks like an
There's no
honorable
proof.
scar. Maybe you got it in combat somewhere with something fierce.
Either way, good choice to not use the toy. And you saw what you did in the inventory. Nice job. That was impressive.
Actually, I have an item for sale that might make your job a little easier.
My job. Last time you tried to
Yeah.
propose an item to me, only one of them was worth it. I have a 50-50 shot here.
I
It's
mean,
still a
that
would be
50-50
our
shot.
word.
Okay, I'll listen.
You see, I'm kind of.
See this little
Slowly.
metallic casing here? This, when you push this button, produces a light that will then point in a very precise manner to anything you point it at. So you wouldn't have to
Ridiculous.
leave your booth. You could just go over that way.
What is its range?
Approximately. I look down at Mavis's hands and try to see if he's giving me like number signals.
You just see
What's
this.
the average range? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yep.
The average range of a laser pointer? That's a great
They
question.
go pretty far.
Yeah.
Some
I
of
know.
them can go for a mile.
Right, but I'm thinking like
700 meters. This is like first
thinking-
draft, so I'd say on the low end.
Yeah. I'd call
I'd
it.
It would still go pretty far because it's light.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd call it, before you don't see it at all, 100 meters.
What is that in D&D
Oh.
feet?
300
Yeah.
ish. I mean, give or take.
Right.
I'll just make it 300 feet. That'll be easier.
Okay. Roughly 300 feet.
Very well. I mean, for what I would need it for, obviously nothing like that.
Also, if anyone gets rowdy, just shine in
Point
their
it at
eyes.
him and it'll blind him for a moment.
What? As an official of the inventory, I need to maintain certain
Just
stature.
something to daydream about.
Well, if someone attacks you with like an exploding toy, you could blind them.
This is true.
But
yes.
how often does that happen? Really?
Rarely. Well, you told me yourself you get exploded quite often.
Yes, I did, and yes, I do.
Makes sense. This
Well,
would be
very
most
well.
wonderful.
And what sort of fuel source does this thing require?
It's all self-contained.
It's all self-contained.
Well,
I could give you the specifics of it, but I think it might bore you.
and what about price?
For this, 3 gold.
Make me a persuasion check, Gar.
Right? Was that the?
He said about tree fitty.
It's fitting.
Oh yeah. For you, because I did burn
There
your
you go.
clothing and singe your eyebrow. 3 gold. Fuck off, eh? I haven't rolled above the 10 except for once.
I would flash of genius it. With the
So it's
actual
11.
moment.
Yeah. With actually. Yeah.
Which is quite a large discount, I might add.
Originally, I tried to sell it
Because
for
it is.
5, but because I singed you.
It is a pretty significant discount. You know what? Consider our debts even.
As he puts 3 gold on the table.
Perhaps it could come in handy. Be very helpful if I have stuff on the wall to be able to point to without needing
Totally
to get
gonna
up.
blow his hand off.
Oh, yes.
How does it work exactly? You just
You
push
just
You
this.
just push the button.
Press the
Yep.
button to activate it and deactivate it.
I'm not going to do this one private. I'm going to do it public just so we can see. Okay.
All right.
He-
Really close.
Yeah. He hits the button and shines it on the wall.
Well,
Don't
Very
look at the. Don't put it in your eyes.
I
You'll go
removed
blind.
my hand
Already.
from it. Don't
Alright.
worry.
I just slide the gold to Mavis.
I pocket it.
Well, an impressive job you all are doing. For a first-time inventor. Well done.
First time public inventor. I've been inventing for
Oh, I was referring to your
Yeah.
friend here.
Oh,
my
right.
protege, yes.
Yes, your
Yes.
protege.
He's done quite well with the time he's been given.
Indeed.
See, now you can see the resemblance of the toys, right? He is my mentor, so I made them in his likeness.
I can see the resemblance. The blue hair
And
kind of
he-
gives you away.
Yeah.
It's a very defining feature.
Yes, it is. Well, I have more to attend to. You two have a good day.
As he walks
Good day.
off.
So remember, I told you that I broke the promise already.
Yes,
I was showing off the mug and was proving to someone the thing that it does, and then they were trying to.
and then you use alcohol as opposed to
I
the water.
couldn't find my water
water.
skin at first, but then I found it and used it for the next
Of
customer.
course. I'm gonna be watching Gar.
I believe you.
I don't know.
It stopped me. It was just a sip.
Gar. Your something I forgot to mention, as you would have come back behind the booth and started setting up again, you would see the key to the Midway Manor currently like slid in an area just where you can see it.
What the? Actually, that reminds me. I didn't see Laren at the combat ceremony.
That's true. What happened? Where'd she go?
Well, she borrowed the key to the manor. Said she had to put something in there, and that she'd come
Put
right
something
back
in
with
the.
her. And then she apparently just left the key.
Try to
Laren,
pick my lock while I'm not
she
there.
could have. We've discussed it. She thought about it.
You don't hear any reply.
Like, how far is the range on these again? I can't remember.
He told you 1 mile.
Okay, so can they hear us at the?
If you guys, I mean,
tavern?
yeah, you would definitely be able to hear him.
Have you guys seen?
Suspicious.
Laren, since we walked in?
Let's jump over to you guys now for this actually first.
Oh.
So the two of you make your way back to the loose screw. where you see now it is filled with people in here. This looks like an official tavern at this point. Breamy is currently like handing out an assortment of food, from burgers to sandwiches to fries to potatoes, Teiu potatoes in particular, an assortment of beers and wines. She's really busy. What are the two of you guys doing here?
Well, we still have room, so I probably.
You do,
Yeah.
yes. If you make okay, so you,
I guess we go to our room. Do I feel safe enough with I mean, you tried the last one. I'm kidding.
so you guys make your way to either room, whichever one you feel like.
Yeah.
Gar and Zeos's is a little bit battle scarred from the sparring match, but
Mended the whole thing.
he did mend the whole thing. But I'd say there's still like discoloration from the wood. Like it doesn't look terrible; it looks good, but you can tell by comparison, this is definitely their room. Okay. As you make your way in, you can hear the commotion downstairs from people celebrating from the time at the inventory, seeing all the different inventions, leaving to you two alone.
So, what's on your mind?
A lot. So I meditated for a while.
Finds why I probably didn't see you for a few days.
Yeah, like that whole time.
Did you eat?
No. I don't know how I didn't like come back too sooner or anything.
Do you want food or water?
Oh, yeah, I suppose I am a little hungry.
I can go grab something from Bermuda.
I do want to talk, but I also am kind of paranoid right now. Slightly just because I think I learned something that no one knows.
What do you mean?
Exactly, and that's why I don't want to talk about it, at least not around other people. I suppose they probably wouldn't even believe me. But I had a vision of Molil.
Okay.
And someone else named Arya. That's why I asked you about her. And I saw something they did. And I'm not exactly sure that I was supposed to see it. And I don't know how I saw it. This is why I'm so scatterbrained. I don't know what happened. I don't understand. And that's why I said even when you get answers, there's still more questions.
Well,
There's so many more questions.
when you meditate, is it, something?
Well, normally it's going through my own memories, right? I'm looking at myself, I'm thinking through my mind. So, like, if I'm thinking through my mind and meditating, how would I see others from a time thousands of years ago? That doesn't make sense.
Well, you said it was Malil and Arya. Forgive me for being the paladin in the room. Could it have been a divine intervention of some sort?
Suppose. I mean, Malil has come to see us.
He has
Not-
spoken to us in a dream before.
Yes, so it's not too far-fetched.
Maybe he's trying to share something with you.
If he is, he shared quite a lot. That's not the only thing I saw. I saw a lot of things. And there's some stuff up north that we must do. Way up
Up-
north.
North, like,
I'm-
past Nidon?
Yes.
Past Trigate and Ren?
Yes. Up there.
I'm just gonna kind of nod, because upon my recollection, there's only one thing north of that.
Yep, one significant thing.
Okay.
In Alberia.
Mm,
We need to go to Alberia, is what I'm saying.
That's quite a ways away.
It is.
Um,
It's been a long time, too.
okay.
But Yes. That's some of it, and this is why I've been so scatterbrained. I've had a lot on my mind, and so much of the process, and now Mavis and Jor and Turanite Desert, and I mean, we needed to go there in the first place, but now we have this, and what we're looking for might even be in the Lost City if we find a Lost City. Who knows? It makes sense.
Well, I don't know why you need to go there, but maybe it would help you for now regain some sense of mental clarity if you just took a moment and thought about each thing you saw as an individual case, and maybe just write it down, everything you saw for that individual case, and get it out of your head. And you could keep it in the manor. No one can get there except for us. And even then, your room is a bit difficult to get into on most days.
That is true. Hold on, I have to actually pull out an actual book. There are some stuff that I don't put in Obsidian.
Interesting.
It's called, I need to actually write it out and map it because I'm so fucked in my mind. Yes. I think you're right. I guess it'll be a bit before we go back to the manor. Tonight.
Go ask for the key.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Gar usually has it.
And right about this time, you hear Gar message over the ring. If you guys, what was your question again, Gar?
Oh yeah, we can use the goddamn rings.
Yeah.
May and Zeus, have you seen Laren?
No.
Did you see her at the ceremony or at the competition?
Oh.
I don't.
Keep an eye
Laren?
out. If she returns, she's not responding.
He hasn't responded.
I'll go look for her.
Just see if she's maybe helping Breamy.
It's
I
pretty
didn't
packed
see her,
in here,
but I'll
buddy.
ask.
Yes. I guess we can wait on going back to the matter. I say that off ring.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
All right. We'll look around. Thanks, Gar. Maybe she took the ring off. It's possible.
Maybe.
I mean, I would if they're blabbing like that again. It's very distracting.
I'm assuming you said that offering.
Yeah.
It is, but to be continued.
Yes. To be continued. And maybe this is something we can talk together. I mean, I did get going through put that chalkboard in there for a reason. Speaking of which, I need to know your birth date.
Why?
Oh, well, because we talked about it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well,
I was writing everyone's dates on there so we could celebrate them.
I'd rather not.
You don't want to celebrate? Okay. Is there a day you want to celebrate so we can celebrate you? Maybe the day we join forces? That sounds awkward.
Yeah. Sure. I don't really need to be celebrated. And right now we need to find Laren.
Yes,
so...
Laren's top priority. Sorry. Again, scatterbrained. So
if you need to stay here, you can. I can go.
I mean, honestly, having something else in my mind might be better.
Alright.
Instead of thinking about all the other things. So, yes, let's go look for Laren.
Okay. You guys make your way downstairs to start?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just asked Burmy if she's seen her.
Sure. You make your way down to the tavern where you see Breamy currently handing out like a ton of different mugs, this assortment of 4 in her hand at once as she
Take those and let me know if you want any more. Oh, hi. Yes. How can I help you? Do you want something?
Have you seen Laren?
No. I saw her come in like a couple hours ago, but she was in and out in like 5 minutes. Sorry, I haven't
Okay.
seen her since then. Maybe she's
Okay.
out seeing some of the other inventions. Oh, yes, I can help you with that. Sorry. Yes.
Like, help somebody else.
Guys, did Laren borrow the key? Because that's the first thing that popped in my head.
You're very silent,
muted.
Scar.
Yeah, she did. She left it
She
back.
came to me at the booth and said that she needed to put something in the manor and that she would return the key to me shortly. And then I came back to the booth just now and the key is just sitting here.
Which was
He said she had
very
to
irresponsible, to be honest.
She had to put something in there. She said she had to drop something off.
Should we go
Okay.
to the manor and
Probably.
check her room?
If not, we can just ask Gunther and Eleanor what she did.
Yes, that. How much privacy do they keep?
Now he's nervous.
I mean, I'm not really that nervous, but
We're
it's
gonna
just
go
like.
get the key.
Okay, so you
Remember,
guys.
you only have 20 minutes.
Only one of us has to go in.
That's fair.
Accurate.
I'm gonna go rush over to them.
Okay, yeah, it takes you about 10 minutes to reach them. More like 5 minutes to reach them and 5 minutes to get back, just with the foot traffic that's really congested this place. Mavis and Gar, was there anything else that you were talking about after that, or did Laren kind of take priority there? Because you would have
Yeah,
some time before May.
That was
reaches
pretty
the
much
manor.
all that I figured Gar was going to want to talk about the alcohol thing. Other than that, I didn't have anything immediately.
Nope. Just waiting to see if any other customers come by. Or
Okay.
if that lady comes back.
Okay.
3, a 1,
Oh, I'm rolling publicly.
A two.
Shit.
a 3, 1, 2, a 2, 1. 3.
So,
Those are D100s. Holy crap, man.
you'll never know. So, May, you make your way back with key in hand to the manor back in the top room. Are both of you going or just one of you?
I do.
Wow.
I mean, we can both go, and then if we kind of run out of time, I can come back out.
I mean, I was just gonna go ask if she told them where she went.
Yes. Then let's just both go in. That won't take
Okay.
long.
Thing.
10 minutes later.
Yep. Thing.
That's how I
Open
saw
door. You make your way back to the Midway Manor, where you both walk through. You said.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. You both walk through. You hear ding.
I'd immediately be like, Gunther, Eleanor, do you know where Laren is?
Hello. Welcome back. Where she is? No, she did not tell us. Though she did tell us to tell all of you that she left something for you in the dining room.
I just look at
We just look at each other and sprint.
Sure.
Okay.
You make your way to the dining room, and you see on the table there is a folded up piece of paper
Okay.
next to a plate with a lemon on it and a knife next to it. Next to that is a stone that next to that is a stone that's also sitting on another piece of paper.
Does that mean anything to you? A lemon?
This sounds weird. Can I, like, insight check the vibe of this?
Sure. Yeah,
Like,
why not?
Vibe
there's a
check the
bunch
room.
of stuff. I want to vibe check the room.
Yeah.
Here.
Vibe check?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Bad vibes, dude. Bad vibes.
You did
Uh-huh.
not pass the vibe check.
Holy shit. Okay.
I'm vibe checking.
Yeah, you're vibe checking, and the room's like, I'll tell you everything.
Walls have ears.
Yeah.
Especially these walls.
Based on the
Zeus is
layout.
confused about a lemon.
Oh, there's two. Another thing as well is that the whisper ring is also laying on the piece of paper.
Mhm.
With the way that everything's set up, it looks like this was intentionally left by Laren. It doesn't look like it was in a hurry, and it doesn't look like it was. I mean, it looks like it was her, if I can put it that way. Not like it was against her will.
Mhm.
Yeah. Beyond that, you can't really tell without opening the paper.
You said there was 2 papers, right?
There's 2 pieces of paper, yes.
Do you each? Should we each?
One of
take
them's folded over. The other one has a stone on it with some runes on it.
Sure.
Okay. I'll take the stone one.
Okay.
I'm just kind of like looking at the ring, sussing on the ring.
Sure.
Pick it up.
You pick up the ring, and it seems. I mean, it's the ring you remember, just like your whisper ring, just like the rest of them. Nothing seems off about it.
That's why we can't contact her.
I'm just gonna hold it while I read.
Okay.
Yeah.
You open up the piece of paper, and it's blank inside.
Okay, I out of character know this.
Yeah.
Do I need to roll an intelligence?
Oh my God,
Yeah, I know it
amazing.
immediately.
Yeah. Make me an
Yeah.
intelligence check.
Okay, I'm not very smart.
What about
so-
Zeos?
Just because I don't know if May would have ever seen this. You can go ahead and
Nope,
make an
they have not.
God. You can go ahead and make me an intelligence check as well, Zeos.
Please. I know what this is.
Hold on. I can correct.
I can correct.
I can correct this. Hold on. Give me a second.
Sure.
There we go.
Okay.
God. This was gonna eat me alive.
Thank God I can correct my mistakes.
Yeah. So, Zeos, as you're looking at everything, lemon, knife, sitting next to two pieces of paper with nothing on them, I mean, the answer seems pretty clear.
Yeah, I was like, oh, here, and then I just sliced the lemon in half, and I'm like, give me the paper,
Yeah.
and you just rub the lemon on it. I've never
Yeah.
actually.
Usually you do it with a
Like a
Q-tip.
cloth or something.
Q-tip?
Like that.
Okay, yeah.
I will say that this parchment looks pretty thick. Not
Okay.
just like, a thin sheet of paper.
Zeus would know what he's doing if he
Yeah,
rolled
you're
that.
careful
So-
with sensitive objects, so it's easy enough. Let's see. Which one are you doing first? The one with the stone on it or the ring on it?
Were they both blank?
They were
They're
both blank, yes.
If we were doing
Oh,
the one I
okay.
handed you, that was the one with the ring.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I guess the ring one first then.
Okay. Zeos, as you gently brush the lemon over the surface of this paper, you can see words begin to just emerge through the moisture. As I'm not sure if you want to do this here or not, but you can tell off the context of this letter.
What does the first sentence give us?
The first sentence.
I would read it all probably first in my head.
I just want to read. I'm looking
Yeah.
over. I just want to read the
Yep.
first sentence.
It's written in common. The first sentence is invisible ink. Of all the many ways of stealth and secrets I was taught from my time at the Nox, this one was always my favorite. And immediately after, it says, I know this is very sudden. It caught me by surprise, too. I wish I had more time to explain, but I have to be quick.
At that point, I would just be like, we should get Mavis and Gar.
She's probably very long gone, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may, as Gunther kind of approaches from behind. There was an expression on Miss Laren's face that I had not seen before. She seemed simultaneously reserved and yet happy, resolve and yet sadness. Yet she was adamant that we tell you as soon as you return.
Thank you.
Of course, if there will be anything else. Gunther floats off.
I'm just gonna kind of gather everything
Sure.
and head out into
Okay.
the room we were in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which the door's still open, so.
Yeah. I'd head about. I'm like, do you want me to finish getting everything lemoned, and
Well, let
then
me
just call
just,
them here, tell them to come here, and I'll lemon the rest.
Guys, you should come to the.
Did you find her?
You should come to the loose screw. No,
What happened?
Something wrong with her?
that's all I'm gonna say.
I'm lemoning.
Maybe whatever Laren
Being
just
a
got made
lemon.
too. Stop responding now.
Maybe they're under attack.
We're not under attack.
We've exposed my name, my mentions, all this stuff to enough people. I think we wrap up.
Right. Here are your things. Well, I'll keep the mug.
Thank you.
I'll say the two of you have not seen anybody else drop by throughout the day.
Yeah, I figured it's.
Things have started
slowing
dying down. It's a little bit later in the day after festivities, after talking with everybody.
That broke bitch never came back about the ladder.
Doesn't seem to have.
Broke. Not everybody's an adventurer.
She's very much a commoner.
But we know that 7 gold was acceptable to at least one commoner.
Yeah. This is true.
Which means you can charge like 15 a night on.
Exactly.
Hey, now you're thinking with money. Anyways.
Thinking like a werewolf.
Yeah.
You really need May to sell the stuff.
So
She wrote the guide.
Not my specialty.
you
burst into the loose screw.
sure.
Where is she? Where's Rachel?
Do we hear that from upstairs?
The entire tavern stops as you enter.
Do we hear it
Everybody
from
looks
upstairs?
up. Oh yeah. The thing you hear
Okay,
more is
we
that
have
there's
somewhere
no
to
more
be.
sound. Like
They're not here.
there's like
I
a couple dozen people just staring at you guys as you enter, like some halfway in cheers, like as they both stop with the liquid just slowly rolling down the side of the cup.
Hi there, Mavis. Mavis Shems. We'll be going now.
guys.
Let's go.
Oh,
Upstairs.
oh, that was Mavis Shems. That was fine.
Did you hear some of them?
Back off. Back off.
He's gonna go from
I got my
mentee to
bouncer.
bodyguard.
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys make your way to the to Gar and Zeus' room.
Yeah.
Where
I'm pacing. Well, Zeus is doing his thing. I'm pacing.
okay. You make your way to the room. There are 0 signs of a struggle.
Zeus is at like the desk. And you see 2 pieces of paper and a lemon. Actually, was that lemon real?
Oh, yeah, it was real. It doesn't look like it was
Oh.
conjured from the manor. Yeah. That's a good
Lemon on your
question.
way.
Yeah. Was that a real lemon?
It was indeed a
'Cause
real
that
lemon.
matters because I probably would have walked out and been like,
Ah,
I need
shit.
a lemon.
Yeah. It's a
Remy,
real lemon.
You got lemons.
So, as you all enter the room, you see 2 pieces of paper on a desk.
It's just like leaned back on the chair. It's like on 2 legs.
A sliced open lemon. May, you said you were pacing.
Pacing. I have. They might not be able to see it, but I'm like fidgeting with the ring in my hand.
Okay. That's what you 2 see as you
I
enter.
kind of like nod them to come over to me.
What's happening? Why are you both being so mysterious?
If something happened, we want to know. What's wrong?
Come read these.
Read it.
Or what is one of you guys reading it out loud?
I'll hand the initial first one we read to Gar to read out loud, I guess.
But we didn't finish it.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Like, here, Gar, read this.
I'll take it. Start reading it out loud.
In the player journals in Laren's folder, you'll see Laren's letter.
Oh.
Oh, it's a long letter. Okay.
Woo.
I'd say it was a couple pages for this one, actually. The one with the lemon on it.
Do you want me to actually read this out loud?
Either that or I could, just so that stream can hear it.
Invisible ink. Of all the many ways of stealth and secrets I was taught from my time with the Nox, this one was always my favorite. I know this is very sudden. It caught me by surprise too. I wish I had more time to explain, but I have to be quick. Kind of look at Mavis and Zeus, like confused and worried. Gar, you remember that person I told you about, my good friend, and the only one I trusted in the Nox family? He found me while we were in Sprocketon. I didn't even know he was alive. I can't tell you everything for all of your safety and for mine, but in his travels he told me he found the old manor of the original Nox nobles, something he's been trying to find for a long time. He says the answers within could hold the key to finally taking down this family of thieves and murderers and setting free so many still held under their hand like I was. But in order to get in, he needs another True Blood Nox, which means I have to leave with him tonight. And for how long, I'm not sure. I couldn't bring myself to say this face to face. I wouldn't be able to go through with it if I did. I know you all would follow me into any battle all across Ador. But this is something I have to do myself. He says it's the only way to keep you all safe. It seems we've already been followed by more than a few of them because of my connection. And knowing them, they're not going to stop there if I stick around. And I'll be damned if I ever let them hurt any of you. It's time to pull out the root. Clearly, whatever this place is, it's important enough to them that they wanted it to stay buried in the past, and I'm going to find out why. I won't get another chance like this, especially if any news of this spreads. So I need to fade into the shadows and act fast. I'd look at them again. I don't know where to begin in thanking each and every one of you for what you've done for me, who you are to me, and for teaching me so much. Nothing feels like enough. You are, and always will be, the only family I've ever truly had. The reason I remember what it feels like to love. The ones who broke my chains and showed me who I really am, who I'd been all along. Without all of you, I never could have done what I have to do. Before I leave, I have one request for all of you. Don't ever lose yourselves. Don't let the darkness in this world dim the light that's in each and every one of you. The light that saved me and will save so many others. I will miss all of you more than I have the words to tell you, but I don't want you to be sad when I'm gone. This is something I've known I would have to do eventually. I just didn't think it would be so soon. There's still so much we have to do together. So don't you dare think this is goodbye. But I need to take care of this first. I'll be around. Leave a window open for me. Laren. Looks like there's more. P.S. I wish I could have been there to see what you've been working so diligently on, Mavis. Whatever it is, I know it will be marvelous. You'll just have to show me when I return. I'm proud of you. We all are.
As you kind of fold up the paper and set it back on the table.
With a thud.
Mm-hmm.
There's also another one.
Have you read it yet?
No. I hand it over to Gar.
Sure. I'm assuming you already brushed the lemon on it.
Yes. I would have done that while we were waiting for them.
It's a much shorter one. You just see a short sentence on it that says, Kenta gave me the other one. I'm just a call away.
What does she mean, the other one?
The stone.
what?
It had a stone on the paper.
Mavis, you would recognize these. You mimicked them.
It's like, I think.
You're cutting
The
out.
talkie box.
Uh-huh.
Wait, so
it's
what did the
nature
paper
of
say?
needed.
What did the paper say?
Yeah.
The paper said, Kenta gave me the other one. I'm only a call away.
Ah, okay.
I think it's the contact.
Your voice
Well-
is a bit shaky, Mavis. You might need to...
I need to up my sensitivity, don't I?
Yes, you did.
Um,
No, I'm sorry.
Don't get
I'm
too
not good.
sensitive.
I'm not good with emotional sensitivity.
Not a sensitive moan. No. Moan? What the shit? I switched that around instead of gnome.
oh. Josh, jeez.
Hey, listen.
I think it's
We
like
should.
the one that I had made before.
We should
just
leave
to
that in the
contact her.
manor.
I wonder if she knew before today.
I don't know.
We won't know until we see her next.
Is that why she was so adamant about going fishing?
Maybe. I don't know.
We should see if we could sell the one ring back to him since we're not going to really have use of it now, right?
I kind of glare at Mavis, and I haven't done that since we've left Sunset.
Okay.
I'd rather keep it. If
Yeah,
you want, I can
let's-
pay you for it.
She said it's not goodbye. She'll be back.
We can put that and the stone in her room.
I can hold on to the stone. if it's anything like Mavis's, is it one-time use or is it multiple use?
I don't know. I think probably multiple.
All right. Well, we'll hold on to it then. And put it in the bag, Zeus.
I mean, she
Okay.
could always call us too, right?
Yes.
So we
Would
should
I be
Actually,
able to hear
right.
that from the bag?
No, keep it on your person then.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, if you want me to keep it safe, I can keep it in my satchel. The books I
Yes.
keep in there is very precious to me, so it's
trust
not
you'll
stuff
keep
I
it
ever want
safe.
to lost.
I'll hold on to the ring too.
It's fine.
If you wear double rings, do you hear double voices?
It's literally what Joel just asked in chat.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
uh,
Let's go, Joel.
Well,
Is it like based off where it's on your finger, like if you stack them?
guess we'd have to see.
um.
well,
Well
we
done.
knew this was important to her from the beginning when we found out who she truly was, what she truly was. I can't blame her for wanting to leave to keep us all safe.
I think any of us would have done the same.
I wish she would have gone about it differently, but it's Laren. She sees a window and she takes the opportunity.
Yeah. Well, we can't let this stop us.
Oh, of
Either.
course not.
No.
We won't. Clearly, she didn't want it to either.
We have a desert to visit, and we need to
Yes.
prepare.
That we do.
We also know where she's going, and that's kind of in the direction we're going. So
Well, we don't know exactly where she's going.
it's at the region, right?
Didn't say a location.
No, she left that out.
Oh, okay, never mind. That is meta knowledge.
She said that, Laren said that for everyone's safety, she kept it as minimal as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. I said nothing.
I'm sorry for the insensitive comment. Just need a moment.
I'd walk out of the room.
I'm just gonna take the key and open the door.
Okay.
Are you retiring for the evening?
Yeah, I think I am.
All right. Zeus, are you returning as well?
Yeah, I should. I need to do some writing.
All right. Once you finish opening the door, I'll just set the key on the nightstand. I'll grab it when you're finished.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check on Mavis in a moment.
Okay. As you begin opening the door, 10 minutes pass by. The two of you, May and Zeus, make your way into the Midway Manor. Gar, during that time, you make your way outside. Mavis, where have you gone?
I'm just outside the door,
Okay. You see Mavis just outside the door, just thinking.
leaning up against the wall.
I don't say anything. I just sit down next to him.
You can hear the just like muffled commotion from downstairs as people continue to revel and celebrate.
I just kind of take my tail and throw it over his shoulder.
I like it.
Arms crossed.
Question: that dagger that was on the table, was that Laren's?
Not not like her dagger. It was just a
Okay.
generic like knife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She took hers with her.
I didn't mean for it to be insensitive.
I know you didn't, friend. So I didn't lash at you. I just
after having a close encounter with bandits that nearly killed you when we were all there. I only hope that she and Kentic are a bit more stealthy than we were, so they don't have to face something like that.
Well, if we know anything about Laren, we know it's that she's stealthy.
We probably slowed her down a bit, as far as that goes.
I'm sure we did.
She'll be alright.
I'm sure she will be.
She'll be alright.
Just kind of nod with a hopeful nod, not really
Not a defeated nod.
optimistic nod. Yeah,
Okay.
hopeful.
May and Zeos, unless there was anything else you guys are doing.
Until I'd let him know that the door is open if he wanted to go back.
With that, he would pull himself together and walk towards the door.
Okay.
I probably would have taken the 2 letters and brought them and put them in May's room.
Sure.
And then I have the stone on me, and May took the ring. Okay. Yeah,
Mhm.
and then other than that, I'd probably get a study and start doing some brainstorming and jotting down of some stuff.
Okay. May?
I'm going to Laren's room.
I was wondering. You walk in and you see this room that feels like the inside of a treehouse. The walls themselves have vines that kind of crawl down the stone. It has
We probably
earthy
would've walked
tones.
in together.
That's
To
fair.
Laren's room.
Yeah.
Okay. You can see the floor itself has, I have legitimately eight journal entries open. Okay, there we go. You see the floor itself is a warm, probably oak colored, a cyan colored rug on the ground. On the table, there's a chessboard that's set up, though no pieces, well, all the pieces are in their right spots. None of them have been moved. You can look out the window, and it looks like you're peering out towards the canopies of trees, like you would be high up in a treehouse.
I just want to look for like anything else. Just
Maybe an investigation check.
I'm gonna go into a room, and I actually have a room up and just put the notes right there.
Okay. Oh, so in Laren's room. Okay.
Yeah, I'm literally putting them in Larry's room.
Okay. The place looks tidy. The bed's made. Any extraneous documents or papers or journals or anything that she had has been cleaned up. And there's... Though the room is still Laren's, right now there's nothing of hers in here. Other than the chessboard. Granted, that is a small amount to begin with, knowing how light she traveled, how light you guys all travel. She kind of usually traveled the lightest.
No, she's gone.
after seeing that there's nothing there, I'd go back to my room.
I'd be after laying the letters down. I'd be holding one of the chess pieces.
Okay.
I would be going back eventually, though.
Okay.
To Laren's room.
To Laren's room? Okay.
When Zeus isn't there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be there when she comes back.
Okay.
I would probably only be in there for a bit and then
Sure.
head out and then go downstairs and chill in the study.
Okay. You make your way back alone in Laren's room. You can hear the simulated sounds of wind brushing through leaves of trees just out the window.
I'd sit in there and I would take my French string and tie it around the ring and put it around my neck, but then tuck it into my shirt. I would place the Goddess of the Moon book on the bed
Mm-hmm.
with a note that just says, like, for you.
Okay.
And before I leave, I would pause by the chessboard
Mhm.
and move a pawn forward. And then walk out the room.
Move it to E4, waiting for E5. As you walk out, maybe perception check. Okay. You make your way heading back to your room, and just as you walk back into your room, you hear clear as day Mavis walking outside, heading towards what you're pretty sure is Laren's room. Yeah, I kind of figured, but you do hear it. Mavis, you make your way through the halls towards Laren's room. Doors open. You see a pawn on the table moved from E2 to E4.
I crack a slight smile at it.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a bedside table?
Couple of them.
Okay.
In fact, on one of them you would see a letter. You said it just said for you.
It's the book, and then on top of the book, it says for you.
Gotcha.
That's what you see on the table.
I wouldn't touch it, but I would place the item that I walked in with there.
Okay.
And just next to it, lay a piece of paper that says Laren's room, no one else's, in smaller text.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I'd head back to my room and turn in.
Gar?
I make my way into the manor quickly.
Sure. You have a few minutes left, so.
Either way, I could reopen the door if I want.
So you do that, so you have 20 minutes.
Yeah, in fact, I would have waited for the door to close.
Sure.
Waited a bit, opened it, and then went in.
Okay.
And then I'd make my way to Laren's room.
Sure.
And I would try to open a window.
You see that there are shutters on the inside of this window to be able to close out any light. They don't offer any actual transport, as there's some sort of magical pane of glass that actually prevents any entry one way or the other. But you see one of the shutters kind of closed, and the other one only half open. You go over and you just push them open all the way. As you let in some of the, based on the time of day, sunset, the pastel colors as they wash into the room with the oranges on the woods and reflecting off of the walls.
I'm gonna use my frost breath on the glass.
Okay.
And write backwards, so looking from the other side, it says, "This door is open anytime for you."
Breathe out over the frost or over the glass. Take your time to write it out just right. You can see it stays there for a little bit before the frost itself fades. But just like when you see the history of it on a piece of glass, even if it's fully warmed up, it remains there.
I'll find Gunther and Eleanor.
Sure.
You two. Miss Laren won't be back for a while.
Oh.
Do not touch her room at all.
Of course, sir. We shall refrain from even entering.
Yes, of course. Whatever you require.
That is all. Actually, you two are doing a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you. It means very much for us to hear. Of course, it's our entire reason for being, so it does feel pretty good.
What are you doing?
Yes, I am quite happy. As you see, no smile on his face, but just the words.
Positively ecstatic.
Yeah.
How'd the bathtub fishing go?
Well, I caught one, but then again, I conjured them to be caught as well, so it was very easy. It wasn't a challenge as though it was when I was still alive.
It's the thought that counts.
I suppose so. It did feel like I was reconnecting with a portion of myself that I'd forgotten. I didn't really remember the whole thing, but it was still nice.
one more request.
Of course.
Can you make the piano play a certain song for me at sunrise?
Of course, sir. I must know the song in question or how to play it, though.
You ever heard Laren play her flute?
As I pass by her room from time to time, yes, sir.
I have as well. It was always beautiful.
Yeah, that song.
Of course. I should, between the two of us, we should do our best to be able to reconstruct it and have it play in the morning, you said?
Mornings.
Very well, sir.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Of course, if there will
I'd
be
say
anything
get some
else.
rest, but you don't sleep.
No, never. Not needed. As they both float off to different portions of the manor, you head back to the room in the loose screw. The door behind you fading. The three of you guys in each of your respective rooms. The last
I'm
word.
in the study.
Oh, you're in the study. Okay.
Yeah, Zeus is actively like at the board doing stuff.
Okay.
Decompressing.
Sure. Even though all of you are coping with this in different ways, the last words of Laren's letter ring in your mind. You remember just the day prior, or a few days prior, going on the fishing trip, and you felt her words, the fact of how close you are, and the sense that distance can't break that. You particularly hear the last words from her letter ring in your mind, that she doesn't want you to be sad when she's gone, and that don't you dare think this is goodbye. A strange mixture of sadness but hope as you all find your way to sleep for the evening in preparation for the next leg of your journey. That's where we'll end the session for tonight.
Fucking bittersweet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fuck
Yeah.
you. I DM'd her immediately after reading the letter.
She was absolutely laboring over that letter, trying to make sure she found the right words. You guys have no idea.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I can imagine. I mean,
Yeah.
I
I'm
felt like I spent
terrible at reading
at the letter
stuff.
stuff.
That was perfect.
No, that was awesome.
The mistakes were perfectly Gar. That's what I love about it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, when I
That's,
was writing the just the descriptions for you, Gar, I felt weird for you, Gar. For Gar, like I went over that multiple times, like rewriting it, rereading. I'm like, how do I want to describe these people?
Yeah.
Like, even though I have pictures, I'm like, I want to get the best description over to you of how they look, potentially act, certain
Yeah.
traits, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
When
So-
I wrote my death note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wrote it up and was like, this is pretty good. And then I made a couple changes. So it was like, Josh, I'm changing this. Look at this. Josh, I'm changing this. Look at this.
Yeah. No, it's thus concludes.
Tough stuff.
Yeah. Thus concludes essentially like Act 2 of
Yeah.
the campaign, where you guys are officially heading off towards the city of Nidon, also known as the City of Coin, in search of not only a memoriam, but also quite possibly somewhere within the Turanite Desert, the city of Besmedan.
Yes,
We
sir.
lost a party member and gained emotional damage.
Yes. That was good.
Exactly.
Oh, that was great.
So with that, we're gonna find somebody to be able to raid. Let me see who I have online. Ooh, Tryon streaming. We raiding Tryon.
Something
Try
that
on.
this group doesn't do, but one of my other groups, they love making memes. So after every session, there's about a day or two of just memes that flow in from that session about.
Oh, that's
shit that
great.
happened.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
they all just use like meme makers and pull up stuff from stuff we did.
That's great.
So
Oh,
Nick
man,
saying that just reminded me of it.
I am so surprised of the amount of roles for the inventory. Like in
Yeah,
terms
fuck
of
you.
how many of them succeeded, not only for all
Yeah.
of them, but for Mavis, you rolled so damn well for all those.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
The advantage definitely helped.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, did it ever? It's gonna get a 6
I'm
on my
amazed
head.
nothing exploded. I was really hoping
Yeah.
that he'd lose his feet.
Yeah.
For
Or,
every
like-
one of the inventions, I had a D6
one
roll
rolled
to
bad.
see if it would break.
Wow.
And all of them rolled.
Even the
really
ones
well.
that I gave guard didn't explode.
Yeah. Yeah, right? Like, disappointed in the lack of explosions. I feel you, Sky. I was expecting some fireworks.
I secretly wanted the dude to blow up his hand.
I know, right?
It would have been hysterical. Like, I was hoping for it just for the comedic effect.
I clicked close instead of update.
Just for the fact that it
No.
would have been the second thing that I ever gave him that exploded.
I know.
It was like,
Exactly.
no, this doesn't explode.
Exactly.
He would end up looking like Joran.
Oh, no. Fun fact, Joran was originally supposed to approach you at the end of the inventory, just as that's where you were first supposed to meet him. And then as you guys said, we want to look for side quests. I was like, what if I just make him one of the side quests? So you met him way earlier than you were actually supposed to.
Yeah,
I
nice.
think that worked out really well.
Yeah.
It
No,
gives
I
us,
like
a
that.
history with him and a reason for us to
Yeah.
trust him taking us into some
Yeah.
back room somewhere.
Yeah.
It worked
Yeah.
so much better that way.
Yeah, that was perfect.
So, TG, you said that you're not available the weekend of the 5th, right?
Yes, I will not be.
Okay.
Okay.
In that case, right now we'll aim for the 12th.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool. And Gia, everything should be good to go for Sunday for yours, right?
I guess so.
Sweet.
Yeah, we're all gonna
Oh, that's
die.
like 3 days away.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
Oh,
yeah.
that's true.
In that case,
You mean we're not
chat, be
playing
sure to
this
check that out.
Saturday?
In the meantime, stay tuned for. We'll aim for the 12th right now, and we'll see you guys then where we continue the story. Stay cute, y'all. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you so much for hanging out. We love you guys. Peace.
Peace, y'all.
What you shouting me out for?
Emotion.